want to say right now that officially I'm the Dark Storm of Chicago. I just sold out 4 shows out of 5 in Chicago, and I had a fucking great time out there. That was fucking fantastic. But Zany, oh man, yeah, Zany's, they were ripping. So much fun. They told me they sold the most alcohol they've ever sold in the last 3 years from my 5 shows.
Little fun fact about Zany's, I've headlined there probably somewhere 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times or whatever, but at one point I opened up there for Jeffrey Ross.
Are you just Jeffrey Ross?
Just an easy opener.
Yeah, they looked at me while I'm looking at your fucking. My roommate texted me being like, "Hey, they want an essay." While I'm looking at your photo, I hate touring because every time I go somewhere, you're there, and I can see you watching me. So I'm like, I can't do bad. Tony Hinchcliffe's right there on the wall, and I just can't do no bad. They can fuck Austin. How the fuck?
You can't hate on the city of Austin, by the way.
Yes, I can.
No way. Go see if Chicago's gonna sell you a nice house.
I looked at it. It was 33 degrees outside when I left, and I got here and it was 91. I was like, this is where I'm supposed to be.
Pro tip, Dedrick, don't write them an essay. Send them your upcoming schedule. You can literally get your agents to like compile a thing that says
I did.
what you're
They
doing.
wanted why my credit score was bad, and so they've never heard a dream come true.
That's true. It happens.
They wanted me to write an essay so they could jack off with their racist. Hold on. They'd be like, "Oh, that nigga was poor. Now he living in my house." LLC. I have an LLC and an asshole president. You help me make it.
LLC. Yeah, he's got littler chains. That's the LLC he's got.
It's called LLC.
Those things are either those are shrinking or your neck is growing in real time. You're having an allergic
I'm doing the push-ups. These niggas online want to fight.
Dedrick, we love you. Everybody loves you. Richest homeless man in Austin, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, if you've ever listened to anything I tell you, I implore you, go to Netflix now that the episode is over and watch Take a Banana for the Ride. And without a doubt, as you know, make sure you watch The Roast of Kevin Hart on May 10th live on Netflix. Anything can happen. Maybe someone trips up the stairs or fucking whatever. Throws the shot glass on the ground and glass flies everywhere. It's as live as it gets.
On Netflix. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Kill Tony. Thank you, Red Man. Give it up for these incredible musicians tonight. Yeah. Tony, I love you. Thank you.
I love you.
Letting me be part of your crazy world.
Yeah, you're the fucking man. One more time for the great Jeff Ross. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Go with the ZipRecruiter. Let's check in with the local artist, Chris Rogers, see what he drew. It's Jeff Ross, everybody. Hell yeah. That's absolutely incredible. I can let you know that indeed you still have a chance, perhaps, of getting tickets for Kill Tony WrestleMania Las Vegas, Nevada. It's an absolute incredible hybrid of your favorite the greatest fucking entertainment. Two of your favorite entertainment hosts, WWE and KC, all together at once. Madison Square Garden is now on sale for early August in New York City. And we're doing the Intuit Dome. And that's May 7th, I do believe. And then the 8th, 9th, 10th, I think it's the 7th, Thursday, May 7th, at the Intuit Dome. The week of the Netflix is a joke. The week which ends with the roast of Kevin Hart, right, man?
San Diego. I'll be there July 9th through 11th. Bringing some friends. AmericanComedyCo.com.
Thank you to our sponsors. How about one more time for the best damn man in the land? For Jeff Ross, Take a Banana for the Ride. Right now. Every single one of you, go watch it. Keep it on. Let it run all the way to the end for his retention ratings. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Rob Schneider and Donnell Rawlings. Yeah!
Donnell Rawlings.
I don't want to fucking be here!
The walk-off king of the show.
Say something.
Yeah.
You did that. You don't give a fuck about Black Lives.
Oh my God.
Motherfuckers. And they've been torturing me for the last fucking 5 years.
Yeah.
They said that you even came on my podcast and said I was Christopher walking off the show. And these fucking, I love y'all, but y'all assholes at the same time. Don't give a fuck.
Tell them what else I called you on that episode. Your favorite one.
Which one?
What did I call you?
What? I can't remember.
I called you Dave's.
Oh, no. And this is my friend. He said Dave Chappelle's butt plug.
I called Dave Chappelle's
What the fuck was that about, Tony?
That's a good one. Yeah. That's what we call that. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about me.
Yeah.
Why you laughing, nigga? You don't give a fuck about me either, son.
Because when you walked off that one time, we had
Stop
pictures.
saying I walked off.
You
I
did.
removed myself from the situation.
All right, with your feet. Therefore, it was a walk-off. Wow. Martin Phillips has done it again. He has a brand new harmonica.
I think if you add cocaine, it's Uncle Lazy. Can you imagine doing cocaine with him? The cocaine will be everywhere. All right, who's ready? No way. Who's ready to hit this shit right here? Okay. Do you have a girlfriend? I know you got a girlfriend. You know why? Because I'm watching and your fingers are just going crazy. Bitches, and he was like this. I want to make you come. He sounded like Audrey Hepburn or Golden Pond. I want to make you come. Take this finger, bitch, and do this line of cocaine. Hey, Dorna, hold on. You take a walk.
Favorite part of that diss on Donnell was that you called him Darnell.
Okay, yeah. No, he did. He said, no.
I thought that it was really funny, and I would have chosen instead of Rector Ferret. And then I think, you know, as a closer, you can you just think of a suggestion. You could pull the ferret out of your ass at the very end. As a closer, you don't want to do that early because then you can't follow it.
Yeah.
And then you also have a ferret with shit all over it, which is another problem.
Brandon La Caruba. Am I saying that correctly?
Perfect.
Is that Italian?
Italiano.
Are you 100% Italian?
75.
75. What's the other 25?
Ukrainian.
Whoa, look at that.
Oh, yeah, we got a Ukraine.
I don't understand why that 75% Italian just doesn't completely take over that simple 25% Ukrainian. You know what I mean? Such an easy pushover.
I'm a huge dork. I love anime. I love Transformers. I got a little Autobot.
Whoa, okay.
I play Smash Brothers for money,
Wow.
which is fun. Yeah, a lot of women.
Smash Brothers. I don't like something in Atlanta.
From 3.
Get this ferret out of my ass!
We're going to keep it moving right along. This is a minute uninterrupted for Eric Bell, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Bell.
Any fans of foreplay in the crowd tonight? Yeah, I like a little bit of foreplay. Guys, ever heard of Irish dirty talk? Yeah? It's when you're both in bed, right? And she's already asleep, but you're having trouble getting to sleep. So you tap her gently on the shoulder and say, "Are you awake?" And before she can answer, you're already in. Hey, Hey, I also have a version of that for you ladies. Okay, ladies, if you're you're in bed with your man, he's falling asleep but you're awake. You can just lean over to the side table, open the drawer, grab something out of it, tap him on the shoulder, and say, "Are you awake?" And before he answers, you're already inside him.
Okay, Eric Bell, ladies and gentlemen. Special kind of.
I just want to say, I don't think a ferret wants to go in your asshole. First of all, that's one. Two, I don't know if rape jokes are quite back yet, but it's an interesting area that could be opening soon. And you're there early, that's all I'm saying. Very early.
I drop off I pick up medical specimens such as. Gotta do this before I do my show. I got 5 minutes. Do it for Diddy. Bad boys.
I think I have an image of what you do for a living now.
Are you ever transporting a kidney sometimes and you go, you know what, I'm just going to stop and have a beer first before I do it?
I did have a coworker that had to transport human leg.
Whoa, what was that for? Where were they taking the leg?
She didn't tell me she quit. But she had one leg she couldn't just walk off. Rape jokes, thumbs down.
Yeah. No means no.
Not really. You got some nose like this, Tony. I'm going right through that though.
I still don't understand. Where were they taking this leg?
No, it's, first of all, it's no. Is it no papi? No papi. That's the difference. Papi, no papi.
Oh, that's a yes for me. That's a clear yes. And maybe even a little choking. Shout out to Shannon Sharp.
I want to give this guy a little bit of stage time. Make some noise for the Kill Tony debut of Adrian Washington, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody got nieces and nephews? You don't know the real name? Like, I come from a big family. I got like 40 nieces and nephews that I know about, right? One of my sisters called me one day, said, "Hey, I'm running late. Can you swing by the school, pick the kids up for me?" I said, "Yeah, sis, don't worry, I got you." I was excited because they didn't know I was coming, so I wanted to surprise them. I got to the school, and the principal was like, "Hey, who you here to get?" I said, "That is a very good question, sir." I said, I got to step outside and make a phone call. Because I was like, there's no way I can tell this man I'm here to pick up Fat Daddy and Bug. I tell this motherfucker picking up Fat Daddy and Bug, they gonna call CPS on my motherfucking ass. I walked outside, I called my sister and said, "Hey, who are these niggas that I'm looking for?" And another time I was coming off the road and my wife called me, she said, "Hey, what you want me to take out for dinner?" I said, "The titties." Just like that. Didn't think twice. I heard my daughter say, "Oh, Dad." True story. My wife said, "Yeah, you on speakerphone." I said, "Why you ain't say that when I answer the fucking phone? You know I ain't speakerphone material, right?" But as a parent, you gotta try to fix it. So I was like, "Hey, put my baby on the phone." My daughter got on the phone all awkward and shit. She's like, "Yeah, Dad, all I have is this." I was like, "Hey, listen up." I said, "One day, somebody gonna say that shit to you." I said, "We just hope you don't fucking live with us when it happens." Thank y'all very much.
Fuck yeah, Adrian Washington. Adrian, Minnesota, right?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Kill Tony Universe. It's great that
This
Dr.
is
Donnell
fucking
travels all around the world with his own stuntman.
I knew I should know all these fucking glasses.
No. I got ashes all over my
I'll do
hands.
it. I'll walk the fuck off. I'll do it. Hey.
I grabbed Donnell by the elbow. Now it looks like my hand is burned. You are the ashiest human. Can we get some lotion? Hi, do you have any lotion?
Tony, here's the good part. My preference is red.
The resemblance is striking.
Stop it!
Y'all really do look alike. Your next bucket second poll, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Jose Ayala, everybody. Jose.
Yo, what up, Killtime? You guys doing? Hell yeah. I'm pretty happy, even though I don't look too happy, I'm pretty fucking happy, I've been dating a lot lately, I've been dating a lot of Latinas, you guys fuck with Latinas? I date Latinas only, not because I'm a traditional Mexican, I just like the way their mustache takes my mustache when we kiss. That shit's dope as fuck. You feel me? No? Just me? No, you feel me? Fuck yeah. It reminds me of home, it really does. You feel me? I fucking miss my dad. My dad fucking hates me telling that joke. He tells me all the time. He tells me, hey, Jose, can you stop telling that joke? But he tells me in Spanish, so it sounds more passionate, so he goes, Jose.
Joe Rogan podcast, Shiggy-Doo. Stream all day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, Joe. Great seeing you, Bo. Same here. Long time. Joe, you are still to this day the most watched ever podcast we have ever done. That's on YouTube.
No way.
Just unreal.
That's phenomenal.
It is unreal because it shows you how many people are just absolutely fascinated by the story. And what you guys have done in this new film is essentially recreate S4 and using AI, recreate you as a young man in these experiences that you had. And it was really excellent. Luigi, you're the one who put the film together. You figured it all out. First of all, what was the technology that you guys used to recreate everything?
Yeah, I just want to say there's about 10% AI in the film, but there's 90% blender, and that's actually handmade CGI. So everything you see is all handmade, and even the de-aging of Bob Lazar, we scanned Bob, we went over to his house, scanned his face, took a process of de-aging him through that, then creating a digital model of Bob in different ages, and then placing it in the environment. And then in some instances, at the very end, we perfected or kind of put a bow on it with a little touch of AI. But the whole thing is handmade. So the craft, the environment, the Papoose Lake, the facility, the equipment, and the people were all made. And some of the people are actually real actors that we put in there. So it's not, there's one of the guys that is Barry in the film is a guy called Luis Martinez that's been working with me for the past 10 years, and he laughs at it because he goes, I can't believe I'm Barry. So.
Does he look anything like that?
Actually, he does. He does. That's why we chose him. Yeah.
Where's the actual Barry now?
I don't know, I kind of thought at one point, after all this happened, we would at least hear from one of those guys. But I never heard from anybody after the initial release of all the information.
It seems like, I don't know, but if people are able to keep secrets for this long, it's got to be very difficult to just blurt it out. Like, you're holding on to a secret for 20, 30, 40 years. It's like,
I guess
Yes, these guys were lifers, though. I mean, they spent most of their time there. They spent at least 2 weeks at a time and had 1 week off. So they stayed at the base. I mean, these guys were hardcore. I had just come in on the project, so I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I'd love to know. I suspect that Dennis Mariani, my supervisor, died. I've seen people track him down, all the way to point speaking to his family, and they said, yeah, he had some classified job out in the desert or something. It should be his gravestone and stuff. So, they were able to track him down, but I've never heard of any leads on Barry or Renee.
What is it like seeing the recreation of it in a film? Because, I mean, essentially it was your direction, for lack of a better word, your description of it, you telling them exactly everything was laid out, and then once they recreated it, what is that feeling like watching?
Well, the final product is absolutely mind-blowing because, as I've said to Luigi, it looks like you guys downloaded that out of my brain. I mean, you can describe something 100 times, and until you actually make a picture, it doesn't become clear. But, this took years. I think it was like 5.5 years from when I first met Luigi, and he said, yeah, I can do this. And, the quality kept improving to where he started showing me pictures, and I went, Jesus, that's really it. It's not really it. It's really it. And, I mean, it blew me away. Later on, he showed me a 3D environment where I could put goggles on and move around inside. I mean, that made the hair stand up on my arms. It was unbelievable. So, I don't know if I could really describe how that made me feel, but it felt like I was teleported back there. And that's what really, I developed an admiration for Luigi's talent. I said, I'm behind this, and flew out to Canada a couple times. I didn't have much to do with the film other than, I guess, a couple times going out there and going, no, that's right, that's the wrong color, move this here, do that. And, but those guys spent over 3 years working on it. And, what they never showed me anything. I speak to Luigi, a couple times a month, and, he'd always say, oh my God, you won't believe this. I said, show me. No, it's not done yet. So I really didn't get to see anything till close to the end. But when I did, really, without trying to sound dramatic, it really put tears in my eyes, going, that's it. That's it. You did it. Just stop. It's perfect.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching the movie with you, and sitting there with you. There was a bunch of times in the movie you were like,
yeah.
You could tell.
Yeah. I swear I could feel that place. I could feel it watching that movie. And it really freaks me out because, as I've said before, it's not like what I saw. It's exactly what I saw. It's perfect. It's just like Luigi was at us for with a camera. So it worked.
It's a very unique documentary, everybody. And watching it with you, seeing you experience this thing, and then me trying to imagine what it's like for you. You're this young scientist who gets brought in on this thing without much explanation, and then all of a sudden you're confronted by this craft. And the way it's broken down in the film, and you get to actually see you viewing this thing and being the presence of this thing for the first time. It's just, I could just only imagine what that must have been like for you. And it's so weird to watch you watch it again and see your wheels spin.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened to my life, man? What did they do to me? What did they make me experience? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I really can't fill in the blanks there. It's I want to just say that there was a time when Bob got angry at me a lot because I wouldn't show him. And he was like, come on, show me. And I said, it's not ready yet. I don't want to show you something. But at a certain point, we had to. And Bob started remembering more stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
really made a big difference when he showed me some things, and walking down the corridor here in turn. Oh, stop! Wait, there's another door there. I mean, it was like I was going back into the facility, and really brought. I mean, actually seeing it again, really brought some things back that I had completely forgotten about. So that, yeah.
But what's really fascinating is, for people that don't know your story, you came up with a story, you talked to George Knapp, was it 89?
88, somewhere in there.
So, late 80s, you've essentially told the exact same story all these years. And then, within the last, 9-10 years, we've started to get all these reports. There was the New York Times story, there was the Go Fast video, and the Fleer video, and all these videos that show a crap that's moving the way you described this sport model,
Right.
which kind of freaked a lot of people out with the way it rotated and turned.
Yeah, does the belly roll, faces the bottom towards where it's want to go, and then it takes off. Yeah.
It's exactly how you described all those years ago, which is really fucking crazy.
Well, that's the way it was.
But it's crazy because you had this story way back then, and everybody's like, this guy's just making things up. This is all cockamamie bullshit. And then you see those videos.
Yo, what up, Andy Jen? How you living, pimp?
Wait a minute. Listen, it's
Andy
moving
Jen.
what he described. It's doing what he described in 1989.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, no shit.
What's good, son?
Yes, God was new, baby.
What's new?
I love that.
How'd you find out about me, Andy Jen?
Imagine being smart. Oh, you telling me?
How did you find out about me?
What you mean?
Like, how did you find out about me?
What are you talking about? What?
Did you find out about me from a social media like Discord or TikTok or YouTube? How'd you find out about me?
Where?
How
I
did,
didn't find about.
how did you find it?
I just am your friend. What are you talking about, bro? Just God told me.
Okay, that's tight. Have we spoken before?
I don't know, bro. God told me. No, I don't know. Have we? Have we talked and we just really got along in some way? I don't know.
Perhaps, man. All right, so what were you doing before this?
What are you doing before this?
I was organizing my link tree and counting how many live YouTube videos I have.
I was organizing a lot more than that.
Okay, but what were you doing? Were you on YouTube? Were
you
you?
remember where I was? You remember who I am?
Yeah.
And you remember? You were like not doing nothing, and I set you up.
Dog, you've got to.
You don't remember that, no?
I have nearly 3,000 people in this Discord. I cannot remember how I met every single person.
You remember the whole thing? I was setting you up for this whole thing, and I told you exactly what to do, and I was giving you guidance. The whole thing, I was telling you, do this, this is what you do this. And you remember you were listening to me, and then you remember, I don't know why, you're saying you don't know me. That's nuts, but alright.
Okay, did you change your name in here?
Yes,
okay.
Of course.
Okay, well that's probably why I don't remember.
You remember I'm your handler? Do you not know that?
Dog, I don't have a handler.
Oh, you have one.
No,
No,
I don't.
Okay. Alright, then you don't have one.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so how's your day going?
Delete me then.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I never added you.
You know, I know who the fuck I am.
My man, I never added you.
Delete me then. Try it. No. Try to delete me.
Huh?
Go ahead. Yeah, try to delete me.
Doug, I'm doing other stuff. Do you know who Bob Lazar
I'm
is?
assigned to you, Joe. I'm assigned to you. And it's not a secret. It's not a secret. I'm assigned to you. I'm your handler.
Okay, that's cool.
Obviously. Yeah, it's not gonna be fun.
Okay, Doug, I don't have a hand.
Anyway, go for it. I'm just letting you know. Hello.
My man, I do my own thing.
Sure, do whatever you want.
You don't know
I don't
any.
care what you do. Do whatever you want.
Okay, who sent you as my quote unquote handler?
How would I get this? Okay, do what you want. I don't care what you do, buddy. And you know what the whole thing is? You're a little shit. And then they put me on you to make sure. I don't care what the fuck you do.
My man, I'm gonna tell you right now.
I don't care what you tell me.
Okay.
I don't care what you tell me. I'm just gonna do it anyway.
Hey, take care.
Ahead. Whatever you
Look.
tell me, I can do that.
Look. If I had a handler, I couldn't do this to them. Peace. But life won't be easier.
It's so weird. I can't. I mean, I've had so many conversations with people, and one of the things that comes up is, do you think Bob Lazar's telling the truth? And I say, look, I don't know. There's no way I can know, but it doesn't seem like he's lying. I've been around a lot of liars.
Look, nobody can know unless you're there. I'm the biggest skeptic of all. Although if you look at Wikipedia, it says I'm a conspiracy theorist or something.
I think it says I'm a far-right podcaster.
Yeah, right. I mean, but that's my train of thought. Well, if basically, are you a conspiracy theorist? No, you don't even look at this stuff.
Well, if you have a lie, you have one lie. It's amazing. Because you've told the same one.
Well, it's a pretty detailed lie.
It's also not normal. Like, normally when people lie, they get bored with the same lie, and then they come up with another lie, and there's some other story. So you catch them. Eventually you catch them. There's some cockamamie new thing that they come up with. It's the type of people that are that deceptive. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit the standard model of someone.
Well, there are other people involved with it. That's also part of this. Is for the first time Gene Huff finally is on film. Because when I had the test flight information, he was he was the first person I told about that, and we were all able to go out and see it, and everybody knew that I wasn't crazy. It was,
and then also all the confirmation that you were being fucked with. That when you're in the gym, they would show up and open up your locked car doors and open your trunk and leave it there, so you can go out there and see it. They'd go to your house when you weren't there.
Yeah, they were even following George Knapp, and I mean, all of us, anybody that had anything to do with it at that time, they were keeping eyes on. It was
not just eyes, but a lot of intimidation tactics, just letting you know that they can touch you.
Yeah. So I've really worked for decades to push this out of my mind, so it's always tough to bring it back. To talk about it, and although it might be funny now, it wasn't funny then. It was a really stressful time, and still is a very stressful thing for me.
I know it's so many years ago, but do you remember the thought that came into your mind when you realized that it wasn't yours?
Do I remember the thought?
I remember the experience.
Yeah, I remember the feeling
of recognizing, because initially you saw the American flag.
Yeah, when I saw the American flag, when I first went in, the first time I went in through the hangar door instead of around the back, slid my hand across it, saw the American flag, and I thought, oh my God, this explains the UFO nuts,
It's ours.
Yeah, this is ours. This is a new top secret they started reviewing everything with me. I was trying to replace somebody, or they were trying to use me to replace somebody as quick as possible. And they had two directives. Directive one was to duplicate the technology with available material at any cost, which is exact verbatim what it was. And directive two was to be able to disable this technology at a distance at any cost. And, once you start thinking about that, wait, don't you guys know how the thing you built worked? And it's kind of like they left that out. That, by the way, this isn't ours. And Barry is the guy that filled me in, going, no, this is an alien craft. And we need to figure out how this works. Look at the technology here. I mean, this is decades, light years ahead of where we are. And it was a shock, really, to me. I remember going home that night and just laying in bed and reviewing everything that everybody said that day. And I really don't remember how I felt the following days, but it was just a different feeling.
The world just changed.
Yeah. It was, I don't know, I really can't put it into words.
Well, I couldn't imagine what that experience is like. And it's also very strange that they would bring you in and not specifically state to you that this is not ours. They just bring you in and just give you a directive. This is what you were trying to accomplish.
Well, they gave me a bunch of briefings. Everything was moving at a very fast pace, and I don't know why. I think I mentioned in the movie, right prior to I got there were Russians involved, and from what I can ascertain, there was an exchange of information, and then we discovered something of great importance, and of course kicked the Russians out and just held on to that information ourselves, and there was kind of a knowledge vacuum there. There was also an accident, and I was told I was replacing someone that was injured. I believe he actually died.
There's no record of who this person was, or has anybody ever tried to figure it out?
I don't know. I don't have any names. I just know that Barry told me, I'm replacing somebody that he used to work with, and he was without a lab partner for a while. So when I came in there,
How long was it?
I don't know, but I mean that brings up a good point. First of all, we're dealing with alien or another civilization technology, whether it's from another dimension, another time, another planet. I mean, who really knows? So I'll eventually get to answer the question here. But wouldn't you think this place would be more like a receiving lab where everything is white? So you can see a speck of dust. Everything is sterile. People are being extremely careful with what they're doing, but you're not seeing that. This is in now something akin to an aircraft hangar in the middle of the desert. There's dust on everything. People are taking everything nonchalantly. There's a freaking poster about the thing. They're here, a poster there.
We gotta figure out a place for that.
It's awesome. But they went to the trouble of making a poster. They actually think, that's a good place. Right there. But they actually cut one of the amplifiers out of the craft. So my point is,
in the film as well.
yeah, but my point is, it's so nonchalant at this point. When they first had it, it had to be at that level, and they became so used to it, so familiar with it, that, to them it just became like another, fighter aircraft or something from another country. So it must have been there a long time, is what my point is. Because as soon as you have something that unique, you don't let it just sit there in a hangar and be exposed to the environment and have security people walking by and people touching it. I mean, It's in an isolated, sealed, secure environment, and they were past that. So I think it had been there for a decade or decades, a long time. And these guys were intimately familiar with it, not afraid of it, and knew what was going on.
So they essentially had gotten just completely acclimated to the fact that this craft exists, that it was there, and there had been relatively little progress as far as figuring out what it does and how to recreate it. So it just kind of sat there. And so
I think they were making very little progress. And I think they kept going over the same road again and again. And they probably had other experts there and just didn't. And I think the reason I got hired is because I was a guy out in left field that didn't necessarily follow what was going on. I mean, the biggest distractors to me anyway, in the story, are other scientists, other physicists. Well, they would have hired me because I'm the top guy in the field. Yeah, you probably are. But I think they hired plenty of you guys, and you just kept going down the same road and didn't do anything. I think they were looking for somebody that just would have some radical idea and just push the project forward, because everything had stalled when I got there. And I think they were just in a desperate move to make some progress.
One of the things you talked about in the first podcast that I think is really important is that the only way for science to really progress is that these various scientists have to be able to communicate, and you have to be able to share ideas, and you have to be able to collaborate. But that's not how this was run, because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like, the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, weren't talking to, if there were biologics experts, like everybody was
Super frustrating, because I think, I don't remember exactly where that started. Again, it's 40 years ago, but I think it started with the seats. And no, it started with the actual skin of the craft, because everything looked like it was made from the same material. And I wanted some information about in the skin, the superstructure of the craft. And they said, no, that's restricted. We need a reason for you to. I just want to see if everything is exactly the same material. And what I call the seats in the craft, I still don't know if they were the seats, but they might be. I think it'd be hilarious if they were actually something else. But I wanted some information on those, and that was restricted information too. There were other groups working on that. So they compartmentalized stuff so much. There was no exchange of information between any groups. I mean, you could submit a written response that your supervisor, in my case Dennis, would have to carry over, and they would have to approve. And, you'd get a 2 or 3 line response from the other group, but that's not how science works. Science works on the free exchange of information, and they were just killing themselves with security, and it was really frustrating. It was terribly frustrating.
So was this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security, that don't truly understand how collaborative science works?
Yeah, that's it right there. You can't stop right there. They had no idea how that works.
Because it stands to reason that whatever that thing was made out of probably in some way interacts with the propulsion system and whatever controls that are in it, that this material has to be particularly unique.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I suspected the material was an electric. You know what an electric is?
No.
Okay, like a magnet, a permanent magnet is like, it's a magnet. It's
right.
Forever, it's a magnet.
Right.
It has a magnetic field. An electric is a material that has a permanent static field to it. A static electric field to it. And I strongly suspected that the craft was made out of an electric. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guys, I was not allowed to connect that to, but that's so important to connect it to the propulsion system, and how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier and the emitters, and I wasn't allowed the information I needed. So it was, I don't know, it was self-defeating.
Well, it seems like they were treating it like a fighter jet or an automobile. Like in an automobile, you have the outer area, the shell of the car, you have the doors, the skins, the hood, the roof, all that stuff, which is meant. But then you have the propulsion system, which is the engine, and the transmission, and the tires, and the wheels, and the suspension. But they're all not connected. They're connected because they're bolted together, but they have different functions.
Right.
I think the idea or the concept, at least as I'm gathering from you, is that this thing all worked as a cohesive unit.
Right. With no physical connection between the subsystems.
And all of it made out of the same material.
At least on the outside. They're all made of the same material. And the other crafts all had the same power plant in it. So that brings to mind, like a GM plant that makes a car with a Chevy 350 that makes, a dozen different models to it.
Right.
So that makes you think about, boy, is there a factory making these things? And, your brain can just wander off in directions, but I tried to stick with just the technology.
Did you know who the metallurgists were? The people that...
I saw them. I know them. And Barry, we'd go to the lunchroom, Barry would point them out,
And you weren't allowed to communicate with them at all?
Oh, hell no. You have a lab partner, which in my case was Barry, and you're allowed to talk to your lab partner, but you can't talk to any other group. That has to go through a written request, has to go to your supervisor, and he'll bring it over to them, and they'll bring it back, and so on and so forth. But that's ridiculous. That it slows down any progress you might be making.
Which is why they were probably stalling out.
Yeah.
Did you ever expressly communicate to them that you theorized at least that this all can be connected? That there's something about the way the metal works?
Oh, we all knew that. Because we get requests from other groups, and you can tell they're desperate, just like we are, and fighting against the system.
What kind of requests would you get?
Just exactly what we found out. Where is the energy being transferred here? If the reactor fires up, is there a field present around it, or is the field just absorbed into the emitter, and you can touch the reactor itself? And just little things like that. And actually that was an important thing. When the reactor's operating, is it perfectly tuned, the emitter, to where it removes all the energy from the reactor and pushes it out the bottom? And the answer to that was no. I remember that as a specific request from one of the groups. The metallurgy group is the one that we really wanted to hear from. And some of the groups, I don't even know what some of the other groups were. But
how many groups were there?
I don't know. There were only 22 people there total, including myself. So,
I would like for you to tell Joe, one of the things that also interested me, because I built a craft, is how the waveguide worked with the ceiling and the interior, and how it blended. If you can explain, there was no telescopic.
Well, this is why we wanted to talk to the metallurgist people. The reactor that sits on the bottom of the craft, a little dome over it, and there's something that looks like a pipe that's you can lift it up and take the reactor out, put the reactor in and lift it down. But like a antenna works on an old walkie-talkie, it has different sections.
There it is. There's from the video.
Yeah, okay. You can retract the pipe, but there's no sections, and it doesn't get any thicker. It just becomes smaller. And if you look underneath, where the emitters hang down, they turn, and it doesn't buckle. it's a magical material. This is the basis of the craft. Is really the material that it's made of. It's amazing the way it works. You can push it into a smaller volume, and it doesn't change at all. It doesn't get bigger physically. It's I don't really know how to describe.
So you're lifting the pipe up and down, but it's not going in.
Look, if you got a big pipe and you push it together, it has to get thicker.
Right.
Because the material has to go somewhere. This doesn't. Okay, it stays in exactly the same dimensions. It just becomes smaller.
How?
Well, yeah.
Because you couldn't talk to the metallurgist, so they had no idea.
Yeah, but those guys knew how.
They did know.
Well,
they know it did it.
They know it did it, and that's their job. So I imagine they have more information than I do. But that was fascinating. It really was. And the waveguides that hold the emitters, they come down, and the emitters can turn and bend, and the pipes bend, and nothing changes in them. And there's no wires or anything to make the pipe bend. I'm trying to relate it to something, but I can't think of anything to relate it to.
Well, one thing you said that I also thought was fascinating is no seams. So everything looks like it's 3D printed.
Again, right, it comes down to the material.
Which at the time, 3D printers weren't real. Right?
Yeah, at the time that really confused me. I said, how did they build this? It must have been built out of wax or something and then melted. Because you can't build anything without seams. And then 3D printing came into existence, and you could build stuff from layers up. That made sense. Some sort of 3D printer, or they grew it, in some. And of course, it's done in crystalline fashion, but I don't know how that was fabricated. But it was fabricated different than anything that we had. I don't even think it was 3D printed.
And so you never got any inkling or any understanding of what the metal was, what kind of an alloy, what it consisted of?
All I can say, it was cold to the touch because when I touched it, but I can't say if it was a ceramic. I'd say it was metal because it was gold.
Because it looks like metal. And this is
it looks like metal.
This is the Designs by Perry version of it. How much does that look like?
No, it's 100%. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Have the first Rebel supposed to be black.
Yeah. See? Yeah. So Luigi has gone over this. I mean, I've filmed many times. So, there's an insulator ring.
Jimmy, show what it looks like in the film. If you could show one of the images.
I was pulling off the trailer and I'll.
Oh, yeah, on the trailer.
There's a ring. Yeah, there's a ring around it. And we measured the voltage on the craft, and there was a high voltage on it. And above that ring, there is
not a good shot. There's probably this is the original trailer. It's the new trailer that would actually, that one there. And you'll get to see it right there. Actually, right after this. It's actually before this, I believe. You're going to see the craft. And if you see there's a black, right, there's like a black line. It's the first ripple that's actually not metal.
Yeah, we call that there it is. We call that the insulator ring because below that there's a high voltage present on the craft all the time, and above that there isn't.
I would imagine that your life has like two completely different chapters. There's before this and after this. Whereas like once you see it, the whole rest of your life is now going to be very different. And you are in its presence for how long did you work there for?
I don't know, maybe 6 months or so.
So for 6 months, you're around this thing. And I would imagine it's not about your thoughts 24 hours a day.
At the time, it did, for sure. It's actually 3 stages to the life. It's before it, during, and after it. Before it was just my life. During was when it happened. And then the after part of my life is almost trying to dismiss it, to just go on.
Yeah, you didn't talk about it for a long time. I mean, you did the George Knapp interviews. You talked about it a little. You made some videos explaining things and how things worked.
No, I don't really like public attention, and I don't really like doing interviews, which you probably know. But I know there's people that thrive on that stuff, but and I felt privileged to be part of the project, but it left me with an insatiable appetite. Oh my God, I want to know where it's gone. Like, even when I was there in the 80s, they were talking about moving the project at that time. So, I'm dying to know, is it still there? Has it moved on? So did they split it up and move it to other places? Yeah, I remember Barry talking about moving it to the South Pacific, like in Kwajalein or something, but they said the expenses were so great they couldn't do that, but they wanted it away from everybody. And they hated the fact that it was right alongside the highway in Nevada, by south of Area 51. But that's the best place they had at the time and the most affordable. And of course now with budgets being so tight, who knows where it is?
Who knows if budgets are tight for this though?
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
I mean, they did say at whatever expense they would sell it.
Yeah, they were serious about that. We don't really care what it was. So like the original Apollo program, back in the Apollo program, if they needed parts, and if somebody had something ordered UPS or through the mail or whatever, they had the authority to stop that shipment to that other person and take their stuff if they needed it. And, they had an unlimited budget. I mean, if you're working like that, you can do anything. And,
or at least anything that's currently possible with today's technology. Which therein lies the problem, is that they're dealing with something that's not possible with, you couldn't build it from scratch with American technology in 1989.
No, but that's what they wanted to do. And really thinking about that now, I'm not exactly sure these guys should be allowed to do that. This is really powerful technology, and the world has really changed. I mean, we have a lot of crazy people doing stuff now, and nonsense transmits through the population at the speed of light. And, I don't know, this could be a very powerful world-conquering technology. And look, for 40 years, I think I've said this before, for 40 years, all the people in control of this information have all agreed to keep it quiet. And these aren't idiots. These aren't idiots for 40 years. You have a line of people that all have agreed, no, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. There has to be a reason why. And if they all agreed to that, maybe I'm the asshole. No, really. Maybe they're right. And
maybe you would have figured that out if you kept working.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm increasingly thinking I'm the one that made the mistake. Maybe this is supposed to be just kept quiet.
Yeah, but that doesn't ring true. Because I don't think it's ever healthy if small groups of individuals have information that would change our understanding of where we are.
Yeah, there's that.
I don't think they deserve it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it makes any sense.
I don't know. I mean, really think about it. What if it's something that's really traumatic?
Like how so? What do you think would be like?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, what if it's? I'm not saying this is what it is, but I mean, what if it's like, like we raise cows out in a field and just feed them grass and they're just going to be food. What if it's something like that? If we're just like, a population of creatures that are just to be consumed in some way.
I don't know if we're to be consumed, but I do think we are.
Not physically consumed like eaten, but I mean,
I think we have a task. And I'm more and more convinced as time goes on that we were engineered. I don't think we came about as a normal evolutionary process like all the other animals.
yeah, I agree. I really agree with that.
There's a lot of people that think that. It just doesn't make sense objectively. I mean, without seeming like a kook or someone who buys into conspiracy theories, if you just look at all the other biology on Earth, why is one so uniquely able to manipulate its environment, communicate instantaneously at distance, can't really even exist in its environment in most places that it lives without clothes and shelter? We're a weird animal. We're very strange. Like, we don't seem to normally adapt it to our environment with the way we've completely controlled our environment with air conditioning and electricity and electronics and flight and travel. We're so beyond everything else that evolved. Whereas every other animal, predator or prey, plant eater or meat eater, all seems to cohesively exist inside of its ecosystem. And then you have us, which is like almost like an invasive species. Like, invasive species destroy ecosystems because they don't belong there. Well, that's kind of what we do. Like, we suck all the fish out of the ocean, we pollute the rivers with our technology, we mess up underground water systems with fracking and drilling. We're like an invasive species in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
We're really weird.
I can't argue with that at all.
Yeah, this Tim Burchett thing. So Tim Burchett has recently been talking about this, and he can't talk about it because it's classified, but he said he'd be up at night with the things that I've seen, if the things that I've seen have released. Yeah. He said, we just needed to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well, I was briefed. I will tell you this. I was briefed last week on an issue, 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have become unglued. I think if they would have heard all that I heard.
Well, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
If, it's not like there's a bunch of space brothers coming down going, oh, look what we discovered. Here, have some information. And, what if it's not that? What if all the information is bad?
Well, what would be bad? Like, have you ever thought about this? Tried to, play it out to its natural conclusion? Like, what do you think the scenarios could be that's bad?
I don't know. Everything that look, we view ourselves at the top of the food chain. What if we're not anywhere near there?
I don't think we are.
Okay, what if we're just consumables?
Well, I don't know if, chimpanzees are consumables, right? They're not at the top of the food chain either, right? But
no, but I would consider them substantially lower than we are.
Right.
Like, my good friend that died, John Blair, who had a bunch of crazy thoughts. I mean, he used to come over and tell us that, on the moon there was a soul sucker. And when he said this, you better give me that thought.
have another drink before you explain this one. Oh boy. A soul sucker.
Yeah.
John Lear was an eccentric individual.
But
sad I never met him.
Man, he was a...
What? Terrence McKenna talking about the moon being a soul catcher?
Yeah. No, I mean, he give me pictures of these giant antennas on the moon. In fact, I'll tell you a story. He was an accomplished pilot, had many world records and things like that. Part of the Lear family, that his father invented autopilot, the 8-track tape, all kinds of stuff. And but John Lear was a loose cannon. At the time, he'd fly from Las Vegas and shuttle L-1011s, which are giant planes, back and forth. And he'd say, be kind of lonely. He goes, hey, you want to go to Minneapolis tonight? He'd come me at 9 o'clock at night and say, well, come on, fly with me. He said, just put on a suit and, come to so-and-so. And I go to McCarran Airport, go there. And, I'm going to tell everybody you're, an inspector from the FAA. Okay, great. And I get on the plane and he said, just act like you're, going to kick everyone's ass. So I go on there and I sit they pull down a jump seat behind the plane and I just sit there and looking at everybody and God, all of this stuff is so illegal. And, get on there and fly and, John would take, and the L-1011 was a pretty advanced plane at the time. This was in the 80s. And, John would be smoking his pipe. He'd take off. He'd put his feet up and smoke his pipe. And he'd fall asleep. And I'd just be, hanging out there. And, before the plane would land, he'd just, wake up and, be smoking his pipe. Plane would land itself. At the time, my wife was taking flying lessons. And he said, bring her up here. I think they had an engineer also on another panel. I don't quite remember, but I was there with my wife, people on board, and he'd say, hey, come on here and take the wheel. And he'd get the captain of the plane with, I think my wife was in her 20s at the time, and just sit her down and say, hold on to it, and, just keep correcting. And he'd just let her fly the plane, which is insane. And, the co-pilot would just look over, and I remember looking over at, I think, the engineer that looked at the gauges, and he just put his head down and pretended like nothing was happening. And that was just one time. Another time, he was ferrying an L-1011 going by Roswell. At the time, I was living in New Mexico, and they called him and told him he wasn't getting paid, that the company was defaulted or something like that. And he was coming up to New Mexico and landed at the Roswell, just took the plane and landed at the Roswell airport. The whole 1011 got off, walked up to a bus station, gave me a call on the payphone and said, hey Bob, I'm coming over. Okay, you're in New Mexico? Yeah. And he drove up, taxi would drop him off at the house, he walked in, he went, boy, I'm tired. And he just lay down on the couch, and go to sleep. And I said, what are you doing here? What's going on? Oh, I just dropped the plane out. They're not paying me. That's it. But I mean, John Lear was such like a loose cannon. He was a great friend to have, but he had no bullshit filter. If he had a retired general come up and give him all kinds of information, or if he had a psychic come up from, the neighborhood and give him all kinds of information, he'd put him in the same category, and so he really did have useful information that was difficult to get, but it was mixed up with nonsense. Right. And sometimes he would just really lean into that nonsense. Like he was convinced that the sun wasn't hot and there were people living inside. And I used to die laughing. I mean, you are insane. I said, you can't prove it's hot. Yes, I can. Just go outside, on a hot day, and John said, that's not the sun. That's just the sun's atmosphere that's on fire. And I said, just crazy. But we got along, and he knew that I thought he was crazy. But the thing is, a lot of people did come to him and give him good information. Anyway, I don't remember where I was going.
That's the thing about some people. Some people will tell you nonsense, and then they'll tell you true things. And it's difficult to accept that true things also come from people that say nonsense.
Right.
Like, just because they've said something that's nonsense doesn't mean necessarily that this thing they're saying is not true. It's another thing. And you've got to be able to discern. I talk to a lot of people that say a lot of kooky things that don't make any sense, but then they'll say something that rings true. And it's difficult because you have to some sort of understanding of the human psyche and of those kind of people, because there are kind of people that have very loose nets.
You're counting on their filter working like yours.
And doesn't.
And no, it doesn't. Some
But
people
some good stuff gets in there, and you go, hold on, what did you just say?
right.
Tell me that again. How does that one work?
Yeah, you can't really discount people because somebody comes up with some absolute nonsense.
Right.
It just means their filter is defective.
Right.
But
Which is also the reason why they're willing to entertain things that are outside of the normal spectrum. So, like, they might have actual, real, useful information, but it's wrapped up in there with Bigfoot.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But so the soul catcher thing.
That's where I was going. The soul catcher. So, I remember him sitting, and I think he was telling my wife Joy the story because I walked in on him. He said, "Yeah, there are these giant antennas, and when you die, your soul goes up." And I think he said the Greys, this alien race, set up this soul catcher, and that's what this whole thing is about. And as you die, it sucks your soul in, and they use it in some way. And it's not where your soul is supposed to go. They just set some sort of intersect.
Did he say where your soul was supposed to go?
No. He was just more really into the soul catcher.
Well, that was one of the weird things about some of the documents that you had at least been alerted to when you were on the base. One of them being that humans are containers.
Yeah, and
which the likely conclusion is containers of souls. A soul is a real thing, whatever that
that's
is.
a view of thing.
Right. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
But I mean, it's just
I would prefer to believe that's not true. But maybe it is. I don't know. As Barry said, they mix absolute nonsense in there. So if and it's unique to each person. So if you give out any information and they go, we heard some stuff about soul catchers. We know they came from Lazaro. So that's just a way where they can direct where it came to. But
the other problem is decades and decades, generations and generations of people working there. How many people know what the real truth is? How many people know?
I don't know. I mean, there must be a group of people that really have the pure information of what's going on.
I would assume, but not necessarily. I would think
there has to be a group of people that know what's going on. And and to me, like I was telling Luigi, I have a bunch of questions for me.
Right. What would be your questions for you if you met you?
Yeah. Now the questions for me are people that ask me over decades the same question. Why isn't the Navy paid me? I always said the Navy. Everything has been the Navy instead of the Air Force because back in the 60s and 70s, there's Project Blue Book and the Air Force and all that, but everything associated with this was the Navy. So, and in these days, you hear some of these new types of crafts that are
transmedium.
Yeah, you hear the word transmedium and David Fravor, Commander David Fravor, with the Tic Tac, and things are under the water. And supposedly the craft that the sport model was an archaeological recovery, and that itself was underwater. So what is the deal with the water? I mean, it's by far the biggest medium of the planet. I mean, if you want to hide people down there, almost an entire civilization down there, you could do it in the ocean, as long as you do it deep and away from people. So, yeah, number one is what's the deal with the ocean? That's probably the number one question.
Because there's a ton of sightings where people see things come out of the water and go in.
Yeah, there has to be a reason for that.
Well, just in terms of if they have the ability to travel through space, if whatever that thing is really does create some sort of a gravity bubble or some sort of a space-time bubble.
Yeah, but maybe it's not space. Maybe it's not space. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's another dimension. there's really no limit. If you can start manipulating physics in that way, um, you can bend time, you can open doorways into other dimensions. So maybe it has nothing to do with going. Look, we all want it to be like Star Trek, because Star Trek is really understandable. You go out there, you fly to another planet, you meet the people there, you go to another one. Well, these guys are happy, those guys aren't, and it all makes perfect sense. I don't really think it's like that. Look, if you look at history, especially, the United States history, anytime a superior race or intelligence meets with an inferior one, it's never good for the inferior guys. Never. We never come over and go, oh, we just want to teach you guys everything that we know. No. It's like, we're going to rape all your women, take all your stuff, and then just kill you.
Use your resources.
Yeah, right. And just consume everything you want. That's just always the way it goes. Now, maybe that's just what humans do, but I would be concerned that's what all life does.
Well, we are territorial primates, and that makes sense that that's what we do. The thing that always fascinates me about particularly the Greys, they seem to be genderless, and they seem to have no muscle at all. They seem to have enormous heads, and the stories, at least, the anecdotal accounts of people having communication with these creatures, is that they communicate in some way telepathically.
Yeah.
If you transcend all of our weird biological needs, like all the things that are attached to being a human being, ego, lust, greed, desire to conquer, desire to control resources, all those things are territorial primate instincts. And one of the conversations I had yesterday with my friend Theo, we were talking about like what's happening to people's bodies is that people are slowly, we're consuming microplastics and phthalates and all these things that are reducing our reproductive system, our testosterone's dropping.
Right.
All this stuff like leads you to say, well, where does this go ultimately? Like, well, how many more people are autistic now than were before? It's 1 out of 12 boys in California now. It used to be 1 out of 10,000 just a few decades ago. Like, we're moving in this very weird direction without us recognizing.
Let me stop you there. It's 1 out of how many?
1 out of 12 boys in California are diagnosed autistic now.
But do you think that might be the way they're diagnosed?
No, I think it's exposure. I think it's exposure to chemicals, vaccines, environmental toxins.
You think that too? I think that.
It's not just me. There's tons of studies, and a lot of buried studies too.
Okay. I mean, if that's accurate, that's right.
Well, it can't be just diagnosed because I know so many people that have nonverbal autistic kids. Well, I didn't know anybody that had nonverbal autistic kids when I was younger.
Well, back in the 60s and 70s, there were no kids with ADHD. Kids that were like that were just assholes.
I think that's still the case. I don't think ADHD is a real diagnosis. I think it's a real excuse to give people medication. I think ADHD is essentially a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot concentrate on things you don't enjoy. I think I have it. And I think I'm very fortunate that I'm not diagnosed and medicated, or was born in the right time, and they weren't doing that as much.
No, I'll stop you there and say I agree that that's a superpower too.
Because it's very unusual. If I find a thing that I like, I can lock in and concentrate on it for 12, 14 hours with no sleep, no food. All I need is like water or coffee, and I'm locked in.
I locked in for 4.5 years.
I think with ADHD is you're taking kids, you're putting them in a completely unnatural environment, you're making them sit down, they don't want to sit down, they're very active and energetic, you're making them study things by very unenthusiastic teachers, they don't want to pay attention, they're fucking off in class because they're completely bored, and then you're saying that kid's got a problem, we have to diagnose him, and then what do you give them? You give them Adderall, and all of a sudden the kid's locked in, because they're on fucking speed.
Yeah.
And I just think...
Yeah, but if you
that kid a video game. Why don't you play it for fucking 8 hours with no food? Because that's what happens. Because that's something that they're actually engaged with. It's not that they can't be focused on anything. They just don't focus on things they enjoy. And we want to turn people into nice little factory workers. And the only way to do that is you got to get a kid to comply. You got to get a kid to pay attention, follow the rules. I don't believe that ADHD is a real thing. I just think there's some people that are wired differently and they should pursue different things in life. The difference between that and autism is very different. And autism is, especially when it happens like almost directly after multiple vaccinations. There's a lot of them they point to, particularly the MMR vaccine. There's quite a few. When you look at the schedule of vaccines and how it ramped up, and it completely correlates with the ramping up of the diagnosis of autism, but without casting aspersions or getting into some anti-vaccine conversation.
Wait, you just did.
What I'm saying is, but ultimately the human race is moving into a very weird place. So I had a conversation with Shanna Swan, Dr. Shanna Swan, who is, she studies environmental endocrine disruptors. So various toxins, phthalates, microplastics, and plasticizers that are completely disruptive to people's endocrine system, reproductive system. And from the introduction of these petrochemical products in the 1950s and 60s, you see a direct correlation between the dip in testosterone rates amongst men, the increase of miscarriages and infertility, and then on top of that, the actual shrinking of their taint. So one of the ways they find out the difference between the mammals, some mammals in particular, when you see a child, a baby mammal, the difference between a male and a female is easily recognized by the size of the gap between their anal hole and where their genitals are.
But that could just be correlation. It's like...
No, I'll explain why it's not. Because when they've done studies where they've used phthalates, particularly phthalates, and they've introduced them specifically, purposely into certain mammals and rodents, their taint shrinks. And their taint shrinks and their penis size shrinks. And there's studies on alligators, where alligators, when they live in polluted rivers, they have smaller penises. And she talked about all this. And all this, these are endocrine disruptors that are in the environment that are doing something that reduces fertility. And it changes the way the human biology functions. And it makes men more feminine, and it makes women less fertile. Well, ultimately, if you look at the Greys, what do they look like? They look like they have no genitals. They look like they have no sex. That might be where biology has to go to transcend away from our territorial primate biology. Our territorial primate biology that is insistent on war, violence,
Right, and we think this is the place to stay.
Exactly.
And it may not be.
It may be completely non-beneficial to all life.
Right.
And we have to transcend that. And we are transcending it whether we like it or not. And what I was saying is that I don't know if it's a bug. I think it might be a feature of evolution. That our insistence on using plastics and technology and all of these different environmental toxins that we use to produce energy and all the goods and services that we need also are disrupting our endocrine system and changing us from being these hulking, hair-covered cavemen to being these very small, slight, autistic men that can fucking code 24 hours a day without sleep.
Right.
It seems like if you extrapolate and you naturally take that further, well, what do you get? You get really skinny things with no muscles and giant heads.
My take also, and I do agree with that, is what I find sometimes really concerning is how fast that's moving. So it's not just a question of like, is this actually, this is probably a thing, but it's moving so incredibly fast. If I look at my father's generation or my grandfather's generation and my generation, I mean, it's similar, but now it's moving so fast. I do agree with what you're saying, and I'm thinking if it's moving so fast, there could be an not a natural component to it, but there's an intentional component.
Right. If you wanted to do something to erase to change, like think about what we did with wolves. Right? All dogs are wolves.
Yeah, right.
I have 2 dogs that are the furthest fucking thing from wolves you can possibly imagine.
Is that Marshmallow?
Marshall.
Yeah,
Marshall. He might be a marshmallow. But Marshall is a golden retriever, the sweetest dog of all time. And I have another dog named Charlie, who's a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel, who is even further from a wolf than Marshall. He's just a cute little fuzzy little sweetheart. They have no killer instincts whatsoever. That used to be a wolf. Right? But what happened? We softened them to the point where there was something compatible with our modern life, with households and families and babies. And we made them safe. And that's happening to people. It's happening to people whether we like it or not. We can attribute it to all these different factors. Oh, it's a problem. We have to remove these things from the environment. This is what's going on. Maybe. Or maybe you just look at the overall picture. There seems to be an insatiable desire for innovation and technology that human beings have. Well, if you looked at us from afar, if you weren't a part of the human race and you're just studying us, what does this species do? Well, it makes better things.
Oh, no.
It makes better things all the time. Constantly. You know, I have an iPhone 16. It's not as good as the iPhone 17. iPhone 17 is better. Why don't you get an iPhone 17?
Right,
It just like keeps going.
making delicious food.
It never stops, it never ends. The TVs get bigger, they get stronger, your cars get faster. Your computer does more cores, does processing, video editing so much quicker. Everything moves faster and better. We keep making better things. We never stop and say, you know what? Society right now, we have a lot of problems. The problems that we don't have are technology. Our technology seems completely suitable to this world that we're living in right now. Let's just stop making new things and concentrate on cleaning the rivers and concentrate on stopping crime, concentrate on educating people, concentrate on counseling for troubled young people. No, we just plow forward ahead with the one thing that we absolutely guaranteed do. We make better things. We make better weapons, better cars, faster planes. Everything we do, we make things better.
And sorry, I have to add, we do that, and we also do it in a way where it's economically beneficial to the ones that are making it, because we make things break now. Think about it. We make better things, but we make them so that you have to buy the better thing after.
Right. Engineered obsolescence.
Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah, it is, because then it also, human beings have this very bizarre desire for materialism. Like, why would a thing with a finite lifespan want to accumulate objects? Like, I know people that are in their 80s that collect things. Like, what are you fucking doing with that stuff?
Yeah.
You're gonna die. You have maybe like 10 summers left on Earth. And here you are, collecting stamps or cars or...
Summers, yeah. No,
Yeah.
I've got to do that.
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to bypass the accumulating stuff part of life.
But materialism ensures a constant fueling of innovation. Because this is one of the things that gets people excited about collecting new stuff, is that you're going to make a better version. Like, I don't care how good your Mercedes is, it's not a 2026 Mercedes.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's new features, it's a new thing. And so it's like all built into the human psychology, and also to this thing that I said, like I said, if you were from somewhere else and studying this species, what does it do? It makes better things. What do sharks do? They eat things. They just swim around, they can't even stop swimming, they eat things. What do people do? They really just make better things. They go to war. Why are they going to war, really? They go to war so they can control resources, so they have more money, so they can make more things and better things. And also the amount of innovation that is in warfare, in more weapons, and more fighting.
Yeah, that's actually critical.
Yeah.
To keep the system going. Yeah.
Well, ultimately, all that does, all of it releases more endocrine disruptors, more contact with all these different chemicals and toxins, feminizes men, ruins women's reproductive systems, to the point where ultimately we say, oh, for the survival of the race, we're going to have to figure out how to reproduce non-biologically.
When I first got involved in
it's something to ponder, right?
Yeah.
It's something to ponder, because we're so wrapped up in who we are. We're so wrapped up in, look, I love being a person. I love living in Texas. I love driving an American car. I love all those things. But what does it mean? Like, what is that? What is that? You know, these are just weird identity points that you connect with whatever this species is. Well, but if you just have a above view, you look down, you go, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah, like how far are we going and how fast are we going there?
We're going pretty fucking fast. And now with AI, I think we're going way faster than we even understand. Because with Claude, I mean, they think that the Claude AI, the engineers, they can sense you already. It just doesn't have a physical body.
Look, AI is going to kill us. Everybody agrees. There's no question.
I don't think it's going to kill us. You know what I think it's going to do? I think it's going to prevent us from breeding. It's going to let us die off.
It's going to kill us.
But I know we're going to genuinely go with it, because we're going to get like mates, like Ex Machina. We're going to just set something
Look, as soon as they come out with a female robot, that's sexually attractive,
it's
or
over.
whatever,
Game over.
Game over. There's just going to be, no more babies, and we're just going to die out.
Yeah.
So,
Or integrate. And I think it's much more likely that we integrate. And that's where you get the grays. I think that what the grays are is a combination of technology and biology. And if you just go from chimp to caveman to gray, you go, oh, I see where that's going. Chimp, caveman, human, modern human, gelatinous, soft, slow-moving, weak modern human, grays.
like, I've always leaned into what Barry told me, because it's the only information I had, that the crab came from Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system 30 some odd light years away. And, again, it was just like a Star Trek thing. They came over here for whatever reason. But that information may not be true.
Right, that amount of information might be one of those things they put.
I mean,
that's nonsense.
Again, if it has to do with time, I think from what George has told me, Jacques Vallée and some other really credible researchers have said that these are people either from another dimension or another time, or maybe they're us from the future.
Right.
Just coming back to interact with us in some way.
Make sure we don't fuck everything up in rubber.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job.
Well, maybe fucking things up somewhat is also part of the plan. Maybe that actually has to take place.
I mean, holy cow! Look at the way things are going right now. Holy cow!
Exactly.
Things are totally off the rails.
But maybe that's part of the plan. Maybe part of it is like it has to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything is, that we start making meaningful changes and implement AI as government.
That's a dangerous thing.
Exactly. But is it as dangerous as Iran getting nukes? I don't know. Is it as dangerous as global Islamic caliphate? No, it's not Iran.
Iran's not getting nukes. I mean,
okay,
never mind. I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, you could. You could. Look, if you gave Iran the technology to get nukes.
Everyone has, any physicist has the technology to get nukes.
Right.
I mean, the difficulty is actually making the material. So, I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or 90%, because that's where you can make a weapon, and stop there.
Right. It's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan, North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just gives you a shortcut to it. And making a weapon from there and being able to deliver a weapon, to 4,000 miles away, good luck with that. That's a big deal. So,
right, but they're in communication with China. I realize that. They're in communication.
Then they don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile?
Right, but wouldn't they rather make their own?
No,
that's not even the point.
Rather make their own. Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car or just somebody give it to you? Really? Why would you do that? You got a buddy that'll just give you one.
Because you want to be self-sufficient. You want to have your own
You can
production
always
where
do
you don't
that.
have to rely on someone.
No, you can always do that. I don't think they were ever gonna absolutely make a weapon now, because we're kicking their ass. As everyone has learned, I guess you have to have nuclear weapons now to but this is a really bad situation.
Oh, it's a horrible situation.
Yeah.
But my point is, why is this situation taking place? The situation taking place is because human beings suck. Right? We suck in how we interact with each other.
Yeah,
So we suck because we're territorial primates with weapons of mass destruction.
Can't we just all get along?
Well, what is the way to stop that from ever happening? Well, one, you let a catastrophe unfold, and then you offer a solution to make sure these catastrophes never unfold again. Well, what's the best solution? Well, we have something far smarter than people that will take over control of resources and government. AI.
Yeah. This is Colossus. You ever seen the movie Colossus? Gotta watch it. Well, that's the merit against you. The movie Colossus was a 1960s or 70s movie, and it's about the scientist makes deep inside this mountain a computer to take over the defense of the United States, and they built this gigantic computer inside Cheyenne Mountain or something similar to it, and they flipped the switch and went, okay, we're protected, we're in good shape, and shortly after time goes on, they realize, wow, the computer's really performing better than we expected. And as it turns out, Russia had done the same thing, and the computers want to communicate together. And, they start communicating, and then the United States goes, well, they might be giving our secrets away, so we better, cut the communication line. And the computers freak out and go, well, I guess we'll just launch nuclear bombs, at everybody. And it launches weapons and, essentially holds everybody hostage. But it's kind of like a trap. It's kind of like a trap. Yeah, that way. It's exactly a trap.
Well, in simulated war games, AI is used.
They say 98% of the time. Yeah, I mean, because they're crazy. Why wouldn't they? Because, look, the goal is to win.
Right.
And we're going to present you with the scenario. And they go, okay, nuke them. And why wouldn't you pick that? You're going to start with slapping them in the face?
Well, why is it better to just bomb them over and over and over again until you achieve the same amount of
That's the slap in the face. Nuke them, it's over with, we can move on from there.
Right.
So, yeah.
When you think about what happened in Gaza, like you look at the leveling of all those buildings, the mass destruction, it looks like a nuke. It looks like one nuke instead of thousands of missiles and bombs. It's one nuke.
But it's not.
Right. In terms of the amount of damage you do instantaneously.
Because it's detected.
Was there ever any conversation that you were privy to where they discussed, because one of the things that does come up over and over again in UFO discussions is these crafts that show up at these military bases and shut down all the weapon systems?
No, I actually know nothing about that. Most of the UFO stuff, UFO reports I've heard, I don't know anything about it. I've just looked at it.
That's so fascinating because you're the most prominent figure in all of UFO.
That's what I was telling him yesterday. Yeah, but I really only like to talk about what I know about.
Of course.
And I've heard other stories, but I've never heard them officially. I don't know if they're really real.
What's one of the things that makes you most credible? Because you're not a UFO.
I guess, but
yes, it does with me. Because when people are like way too into it, they want to believe too much.
Yeah. But no, I
do you know who these people are?
Yeah, Betty and Barney Hill.
So you know,
they were the first abductees. To me, they're. I don't know who first introduced those to me, and I looked them up, and people said, "Do you believe them?" And I'm kind of inclined to believe them because, look, in the 1960s, right, where they're from, the last thing you want to do is be recognized as a mixed race couple, right?
right, go public.
Yeah, holy cow, they would hate you.
Yeah.
A black person and a white person that were, in any kind of relationship, but yeah, they did that.
Crazy story.
Yeah,
and you hear that.
And actually, on top of that, I have a connection to that because Barry said they're from the Zeta Reticuli star system, and I believe it's Betty Hill drew a map of the Zeta Reticuli star system and said this is part of their roots.
Whoa. But did you know that?
You didn't know that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Okay, if you look that up.
It from what you said from.
Okay, but if you look up in Betty and Barney Hill, she said, I think, I can never get this stuff right. They show her a map and they say, well, this is a map. She wanted to know why they were here, what's going on. They showed her a map, am I right? They showed her a map. And they said, do you understand this? And she said, no. And they said, well, why should we tell you anymore? And something.
Maybe
you could film like that, but they showed her this star map, and she obviously look at that.
Yeah, under hypnosis, Betty Hill describes the map she was shown by the leader aboard the ship. Later, she sketched it. She said she was told that the heavy lines marked regular trade routes.
That's right.
And the broken lines recorded various space expeditions. The following year, the map seen at Wright was published in the New York Times. Mrs. Hill, struck by the similarity between the Times map and our sketch, then added the corresponding names. Yeah.
And it ended up being the Zeta Reticuli binary star system, which was really interesting. And I remember when I first heard about Bob's story back in 1989, and he said Zeta Reticuli, I remember thinking, wow, that's what Betty Hill saw. So that made me also question, is that real in that document? Did these guys really come from there? Because it was mentioned in 1968.
Right.
So why would the government, the U.S. Navy, write that in there that would correlate to something that we already kind of knew? I think that was a purposeful disinformation to disinform someone. I think so.
But why? Maybe it's true. Yeah, go ahead. We'll pause right here. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Sorry.
No worries. We'll be right back. We were talking about this whole Zeta Reticuli thing. So, when you're dealing with so many different crafts and so many different things, the idea that only one species or one thing more advanced than us is visiting us seems kind of silly. If the universe is populated by all these things.
I don't know. Does it?
Kind of.
I mean, the universe is really big. Do you think everybody can find this place?
Yeah. I would imagine it's like spots that you visit, like, there's Machu Picchu, there's ancient Egypt, there's, sub-Saharan Africa, a bunch of different places where you can go, just humans on Earth. And I would imagine if you have an understanding of how life is evolving in the cosmos, there's probably stages where things reach certain levels. And if you are
But they're far apart.
right?
They're far apart. I mean, what can be in this quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy, and they reach that point where they can travel, explore, and there's a far distant one where another civilization can do that. And I mean, really, do you think there are that many? I don't think there are that many civilizations visiting us. There's no doubt there's one from somewhere, another planet, another time, another dimension, whatever it may be. Someone else is here. We're not the top, of the pyramid. We're absolutely not there. There's no question.
Well, I think if you got technology that, say, let's just say the Greys. Let's say the Greys are real. Let's say they fly around this little craft. Why would we assume that it stops there? Why wouldn't we assume that technology gets to the point where not only are they far more advanced than them, but they're also completely undetectable?
Well, if you want to view the universe as infinite, then it never stops.
It scales
There's
out.
somebody above them, and there's somebody above them, and there's somebody above that, and it never stops.
I was watching this lecture where this woman was talking about quantum entanglement, and she was talking about how maybe our understanding of space and the distance between things is limited by what our current technology is and our current understanding of what space and time actually are. And what she was saying is there might not be, we might at one point in time, given enough time, thousands of years, whatever, be able to instantaneously travel anywhere. And that just how quantum, subatomic particles are connected in some sort of a strange way that we don't totally understand yet, and far just spooky action at a distance, right?
As Einstein said.
Right. That we might eventually get to a point where that's how travel works. That's instantaneous travel everywhere.
I think we just have hints of these technologies.
Yeah.
Look, everything, we look at Maxwell's equations and things like that, and we base all electromagnetic, electrostatic, actions on, and how they relate to time, and how they relate to things in our universe, but that may be nothing entire level of physics that we're unfamiliar with, that these crafts, these people, or these civilizations just utilize. So,
of course. I mean, if you just stop and think about going from Morse code to a cell phone in a relatively short period of time historically. If you go to the difference between 1200 and 1400 is not that big of a fucking deal in terms of technology, what's available. The difference between 1800 and 2026 is fucking massive. It is a massive, crazy change, right? So, 2026 to 2226, who fucking knows what we're talking about? Especially when you have sentient AI, you have nuclear power plants that are controlling sentient AI, that are fueling them, giving them resources. I mean, you really have no limit to where this goes. You scale out 1,000 years, you scale out 2,000.
You really can't scale out 1,000 years.
Right. It's
because
not possible.
even in 100 years, it's way more than we would have ever considered.
Also, it's exponential.
Right. That's why you can't scale out to 1,000 years.
If you think it's exponential now, imagine when you have AI able to generate better versions of itself, which is what's happening with ChatGPT 5. It's essentially made by ChatGPT 4.
Yeah, AI is absolutely the death of us. There's no question.
Well, we're certainly going to become obsolete in terms of our thinking. But
if we're obsolete in terms of our thinking, we're obsolete.
Yeah.
I mean, all AI needs is hands, right?
I think we integrate. That's what I think it means.
Yeah. That's a scary, and that's I was gonna say, and that's a scary thought. That's a scary thought because it's like we're gonna integrate. I think it's inevitable. I think you're right about that. We're just going there. It's not like even if you and I are not gonna actually do it, somebody will, and it's gonna integrate because other people will. It's gonna happen. But it's still the same primate. We're still the same human.
Sort of, but we already have problems with joints, so we replace them with fake ones. Take titanium knees,
Yeah, but they don't work.
They don't for now. But before, these did not work at all. Like, I've met people that had surgeries in the 1980s, like knee surgeries. Oh my god. They're crippled for life. Even though they put your knee back together again, it's still destroyed. You get a knee surgery today, 6 months later, you're 100%.
No, I'd love to know the future.
Yeah, well, it's going to be. Well, that was. So, one of the things I want to talk about is the actual. The generator, this thing that works on this element that bombards with radiation. How did you guys figure out what the function of it was and what it did? So when you're first introduced to this craft and you see this dome, the reactor that's covering this thing that's generating this power, what was the introduction to it? How did they explain it?
The introduction was way before me. And that's where the guy prior to me either got hurt or killed. So they determined that this was the power source. And at some point, they decided to take that out to the nuclear test site because they wanted to cut into it. They x-rayed it. They only found a small tube that went around it. They really couldn't determine how it worked or what was going on. So at some point, and Barry made this somewhat clear that they cut into the reactor while it was running, or while it was under load, I should say, and the reactor exploded. That's what killed or hurt the person that I replaced. But it produced the base gravitational wave or base energy that propelled the craft, that provided the craft the propulsion. I mean, when they removed it, the craft didn't work. When they put it in, every single other craft they found had something either exactly like it or similar to it. So they determined that was the power source. That's at the point that I was introduced into the project.
So when you say gravitational wave, is that for lack of a better term, or is it something that's measured? Is it?
No, it's for lack of a better term. Like there's nothing. I mean, as I said in the BT's movie, you can take magnets with like poles and push them together and they repel, but you can't take your hands ever and push on something and they repel them. That's a force field, right? That's science fiction stuff. But that's what this did. And this produced a field that repelled the craft from the ground.
Did you try to touch it?
Yeah.
What did you try to
push
touch it?
on?
What did you feel?
An elastic field. You can push down, but you can't get close to it. The closer you get to it, the more it pushes back. You can.
Like how much distance between you and the actual thing?
I would say about
6 inches or so.
maybe about 9 inches, which is about a span. And no, it's at some point you can't push back on it at all. But the important thing is if you have a magnet, a little disc magnet sitting on the ground, and you have another magnet, and you push on it, that magnet moves away, right? Because it's pushing on it. But the craft didn't. The reactor didn't. If you had the reactor there and you pushed back on it, it didn't push away when you pushed on it.
It just prevented you from touching it.
Yeah, and so when Dennis said go out there and look under the craft, here's the craft, whatever it weighs, suspending itself above the ground, and I went underneath it. You would think it's translating its weight onto the ground and pushing, and I should be squashed without any doubt, but I'm not. There's no feeling there at all, so it's not translating its weight or its push to the ground and pushing off the ground. It's just canceling out its weight, which is something completely different.
And so element 115, so you have it in this triangle shaped form. Did you ask how they got into a triangle shaped form? Was it made like this? This is how it came?
I'm sure I did, but I mean, it only worked like that. It worked like a stack of discs and had to be cut at a certain angle to work in the reactor. And
did they say they cut it, or did they say it was already cut?
Well, it was already cut, and they were duplicating it.
Pull that microphone up to you. So they were duplicating it. Did they have more of it, this element?
Yeah, they had quite a bit of it. So either there was quantity in other crafts or other reactors that they removed. Yeah.
But was there any discussion that there had been some sort of an exchange where they had been giving this?
No.
So one of the things, like, you know who Diana Pasulka is? She's an author that's written some interesting stuff about UFOs, and she's working with Gary Nolan and on material recollection from supposed crash sites. And she said that the way these researchers refer to these crafts, they refer to them as donations. And
I guess that's possible.
Right. Well, doesn't it make sense if this thing crashed? Why is it perfect? Why is it not destroyed?
Look, I've heard so many. I'm not into UFOs.
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just interested in the technology, and I feel very privileged to have been involved in the project. But I don't know. I don't think there can be that many crashes. Do you? This advanced technology, you think they're coming to Earth and just there's a thunderstorm when they're crashing into the ground? I'm not buying that.
There's one logical explanation that does actually make sense. There were some high altitude nuclear tests that they did.
Well, there was the team test, back in the 60s.
Starfish Prime.
And Starfish Prime, right?
Yeah. If you had no idea that this was about to happen and you were hovering over Earth observing us,
what are the chances? I mean, what are the chances?
They're not very high.
Yeah, right. They're not very, what are the chances of crashes coming over and a nuclear test at that exact second?
observation than we know, and that they just observe us in a way that we can't see them. Especially if you're going back to the 1950s and 1960s, we have very few satellites. Was very
That was the nuclear cowboy.
Yeah.
Where they were just
Starfish Pond. Explain to people what they did.
Yeah. I did hit a 1.4 megaton, detonation up there, and I think all they did. Let's see what happens if we blow it up at this altitude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. There was another test plan to blow up on the moon, just to make the Russians look, like we were awesome. But they
detonate the moon. What if they pushed it away? Fucked up our orbit.
Yeah, I think that would take a lot more. I know. I mean, there was. I don't remember what the project.
Project A19.
Oh, A19. That was it. Yeah.
Study of lunar research flights.
Detonated nuclear bomb. Yeah. I can't pull up these numbers, but yeah, Project A11.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Because then, like, everybody on Earth could just go outside and look at the moon, get blown up.
And the explosion will be faintly visible to the human eye to people on Earth.
Yeah. I still think they should have done that. But,
yeah, but you're the guy that put a jet engine in the back of my mind.
I honestly think they should detonate a nuclear bomb on the 4th of July every year. But that's just me.
Well, also, you live in Nevada. Or used to.
No.
That had a long history. So, going back to this reactor. So, how was it explained to you? Did they explain to you how the technology works or what they know about it?
No, the way it was explained to me is when I got to be alone with Barry, I said, he was excited to show this to me. He said, I'm going to turn, this is the reactor that powers the craft.
Sorry, no worries.
I'm going to show you the reactor that powers the craft. And he turned it on. Small little dome on a flat little plate. He said,
was this in the craft or was this on a
table?
No,
this is in the experimental area.
Okay. Yeah. So this was not the one that was in the sport craft, this was another one.
This was another one.
This is it.
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, that's it.
That's in the film.
And yeah, on the table, and he had it there, and he went over to the emitter and rotated it, and he said, try and touch it. And I put my hand on it, and it rebounded off. And the closer you got to it, the more it pushed back. And that's a real shock because there's nothing that pushes back like that. That's a living force of it, science fiction stuff. So that really got my attention.
So explain what is happening, like in terms of the rotation of this thing. Like what is happening? Like what energy is going into it that's causing it to go on?
Well, actually, we don't know that. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's pushing back. It's a repulsive gravitational field. Like, as far as we know, gravity only has an attractive force to it. We've never, even with antimatter, we've analyzed it, and it still has an attractive force to it. There's no repulsive force that we've discovered, because that would be a great propulsion system. But this repulsed. So this was a new field completely.
But how was he turning it on?
He had the emitter, which is a big pipe.
What is the emitter? What is...
The craft itself has, on the main level, has reactor and what we call the amplifiers. The reactor and 3 amplifiers. Right underneath that, there are 3 emitters that are right under the amplifiers. And we believe the energy from the reactor is amplified by the emitters and by the amplifiers, and transmitted to the emitters. And they produce this field that lifts the craft off the ground. And that's how it works. But there is nothing even in our physics or our science that that correlates to that at all.
What is the energy that's going to them that causes it to turn?
We don't know. I mean, we just assume it's gravity because it's the only thing we know like that. But it has a negative gravity effect. So it might be a new force entirely.
But when you're saying, so you have this machine that's next to it that you do something to that causes it to turn on.
The emitter. There's the amplifier, and there's the emitter, which looks like a big pipe.
Right.
And if you rotate the emitter, I don't know how many degrees, was it 20 degrees? 20 degrees or something like that. That connects it in some way to the reactor, and it begins to be powered.
And what is the emitter doing?
It emits that field. It's not a it could be a gravitational field, but it's an anti-gravitational field that pushes on the ground.
And what's happening in the emitter? Did you study the emitter?
Well, we attempted to. There was nothing.
What does it look like? Like, what's the internal structure of it?
It's a hollow pipe with, I guess, little copper-colored plates all inside. It's kind of in the film. But I mean, these guys have been working on it for years before I got there, and there was really no concept of what they were doing.
Did they explain to you why element 115 is crucial to this working? What its role is?
No.
So element 115 was not even really discussed back when we were doing this as well. It wasn't even discovered or proven physically until there was a large hadron collider experiment in the 2000s, right?
No, I know they synthesized that, but look, in any element, there's always a large amount of
well, it doesn't decay. There's
that was isotopes. In the Large Hadron Collider experiment, they were able to achieve it, but it only existed for a few milliseconds.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not too much.
No worries. So, how did they define this material?
No, there's different isotopes of every element, and element 115, just like any other element, there can be a stable version of it and 100 or 50 different unstable elements to it. So, I'm sorry.
No, it's not. Just trying to continue the train of thought. So
it's basically different isotopes of it. Yeah, different isotopes. Yeah. I need to stop writing this. I can't even remember. Yeah, oh, we got coffee. Oh my god. All right. Holy cow. Yeah, there's different isotopes.
And you were able to physically touch this element?
Absolutely. I was physically able to touch the element, yeah.
But when you're physically able to touch it, there's no adverse effects? It doesn't have any effect on the body? Does it feel like metal? Does it feel like plastic?
It looks copper-like. I mean, maybe it's not as dark as copper is, but it's that color. And I haven't seen an element like that. It has unique properties that other elements don't have. It produces an anti-gravitational field.
When combined with energy, with some kind of energy.
Yeah.
And was it understood what is happening? Like, what is the relationship between this element and this? And like, what is going on? Like, you're bombarding this element with something.
Yeah, from what we understood, we X-rayed the reactor itself, and there was a path around it that it made it look like a cyclotron. So it looked like there was an accelerator.
So when they were explaining it to you, is this just your work partner that's explaining this?
Yes, it's just very amazing.
And Did you ask him, how do you know this? Where are you getting this from? Does this...
Yeah, he got this information prior to me. And they x-rayed it, found a structure in there to where they believed it was an accelerator, and it was interacting. The point of the 115 is in a little triangular piece, and it was interacting with that in some fashion. So,
and did he say whether or not the United States government or whoever was doing this research had tried to recreate one of those on their own?
that was their job, to try to recreate.
But what was the metal that it was made of?
We don't know. Again, the metallurgy was not. That was not.
It seems insane that you couldn't communicate to them that whatever this stuff is made out of, this whole thing acts as one cohesive unit. It's not like you can make the same exact thing with aluminum or carbon fiber.
No, you can. This thing acted differently. This thing acted differently than any material that we knew. And I mean, I think all the answers are in the metallurgy guys. That's who knew what was going on, who was able to provide the answers. But as far as we knew, if we didn't have the connection with those other groups, we weren't even going to make any progress.
You were speculating that there was a type of metallic alloy that would work better with this concept. Was it Byzantine? Like what was
Bismuth?
Bismuth, yes.
Did I say that? I don't think so. I don't know.
No. Someone that I talked to was explaining to me.
It's related to on the periodic table. I mean, bismuth is above it, and 115 is below it. But we never did see any correlation between bismuth. This was a completely new material.
Well, I think, that's what it was. Oh, this is what it was. So one of the pieces that Gary Nolan had found that was, Gary Nolan is the guy at Stanford that has examined these pieces that are from supposedly crash sites where something had gone down and scattered. Some of these pieces, they're atomically layered, and magnesium and bismuth seem to be prevalent.
Bismuth is the thing. Yeah, bismuth is the thing. It's right above 115 on the periodic chart, and there's something about that. There's something about 115.
Yeah.
Stuff with bismuth. There's a video from the Action Lab. The strange magnetism of bismuth. It's diamagnetic. Yeah.
So explain that a little bit.
What's diamagnetic? Diamagnetic is it opposes magnetic fields. I see.
So it kind of makes sense if they're finding these pieces that are the way he was explaining this, whatever this alloy was, this very small piece that was found, I believe, prior to the 1970s. I don't remember the exact date that it's from one of these crashes. One of them was from Brazil that they recovered, and someone had gotten possession of it in the 1990s, and someone had gotten it eventually to Gary Nolan. He said that to create this on Earth, first of all, it can't be done with current technology. We don't have the ability to do this.
Layering technology.
And that it would cost billions of dollars, just theoretically, to make this. And it doesn't exist. Yeah, this is it. Alleged extraterrestrial metal, the bottom of wedge craft in the 1940s. 26 alternating layers, 1 to 4 microns, dark bismuth, with 100 to 200 microns silver magnesium zinc alloy. Each piece received from the U.S. Army source were formed with a curvature that tapered.
In the 40s, yeah, right. That good luck making money. It says a wedge-shaped craft in the late 1940s. That's Roswell. I mean, that's Roswell. Well, I mean, what does it do? I would like to see the test results of just the material. We can make that now. We can. Yeah. 1 to 4 microns of bismuth. 200 microns of silver. Yeah.
The thing is, like, making something like that in the 1940s is absolutely
in the 40s.
It's impossible.
But I mean, now we can fabricate something like that.
And it would cost a shitload of money. So, like, the idea that you would make something like that just scattered around.
But what does it do?
Right. What does it do? Why? Why is magnesium, bismuth? Why in that particular array?
There's something about bismuth. But that's why it's so fascinating. I would love to know where they. Like, it's been 40 years. I would love to know
Where they're at now.
Yeah, where they're at now. If they continue.
Well, they had to continue. I can't imagine what happened.
No, I mean, they made a move there. I mean, like I said before, I mean, they were anxious to move it out of there at that time. But
are you aware of the labyrinths in Egypt that they discovered? So there's this.
Are you talking about the columns?
No. This is something different. So Herodotus discussed this. Now, my friend Van Kirkwick, he has Uncharted X on YouTube. It's an amazing channel where he was a tech guy who just got absolutely fascinated by all these stories of ancient history and really obsessed with Egypt and Peru and left his field and started making these incredible videos. But he's highly intelligent, incredibly articulate. And so these videos are just absolutely fantastic. And really, he's very well versed scientifically, so you can understand these things and explain them to you. Like, they're examining like the construction of the pyramids and the whatever technology was used to carve the stones, and there's just so much of it that is like confusing because it clearly is like a very high level of sophistication and technology that's involved in creating these things. Well, Herodotus described these labyrinths that were underground in Giza, not in Giza, but Hawara, is that what it was? Jamie will find it. But the way Herodotus described it, he said they were far superior and more impressive than the pyramids of Giza. Underground. Well, these massive labyrinths that exist underground were all flooded in the 1960s accidentally when they created dams in order to provide irrigation to agriculture that was in the area. So they changed the water table, fucked it up. This whole area got flooded.
Did they know they were there when they accidentally?
No, they didn't, because a lot of this stuff, like this is from thousands and thousands of years ago. A lot of it was covered over with sand. And, you know, there had been some explorers a long time ago that went there and saw some of what was in there. But so then they started using ground penetrating radar. And they started using these various technologies that could detect things on the surface. One of the things that they found was there's a massive atrium, and inside this atrium, yes, there is a 40-meter long metallic object that is inside this atrium. 40 meters of some unknown metal.
How deep is it?
I believe it's 100 meters into the ground.
So you're telling me a ground penetrating radar can get to 100 meters underground?
Stuff that Filippo Bondi is used from satellites gets
we were talking about
more than a kilometer into the ground. And
with decent resolution?
Well, no, not decent resolution, but enough that you can see symmetry. Enough that they can also detect things that are well known.
100 meters.
Chambers. Well, listen to this. They detected accurately a particle collider in Italy that is inside of a mountain, 1.2 kilometers below the mountain. It sees through the mountain and can detect this thing in the exact diameter, the exact dimensions that this thing exists. So they can show you.
And
yes.
A particle collider?
Yes. So this is a particle collider that they know exists. Right? So this is an actual particle collider they're looking for. Right? So that it's just proof that this technology is not just.
Well, wait. I mean, hang on. I mean, how do they know it's a particle collider?
No. The particle collider exists. This is the Italians have this particle collider. They made. It's like they just.
They just use it
So they use. Right. No, it's not like we found a particle collider.
Okay, that's what I thought you were
saying. So this particle collider, they use this technology to show that you can see straight through this mountain to this particle collider that's underneath the mountain. So they know that the exact dimensions of this particle collider. You can see, you can almost draw a schematic of it. Well, through this technology, they've also found these columns that are below the pyramids. These columns are 22 meters, 20 plus meters in diameter, and they have something that resembles coils goes around all of them, and they're positioned in various points all around where the structure is. It goes all the way down, hundreds of meters down, and it goes to another structure, and the whole complex of these structures goes to over a kilometer into the ground.
But how can you see a kilometer underground?
Well, you would have to understand this technology. Was it called radio tomography? And he explained it to me.
Synthetic aperture radar, right?
Yes. Well, whatever
And
it's
seeing a kilometer underground at decent resolution?
It's not decent resolution, but it's enough to understand the scope of what it is. It's enough to understand where spaces are.
Like everybody knows about these, but I mean,
it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
I'll send you the podcast, and I'll send you some of his conferences where he was explaining this to rooms filled with scientists.
you would think they'd be anxious to dig this up.
They are. There's actual studies that are currently being discussed. Well, they already know that there's these channels that go in the ground that have since been covered with silt and sand because the sand's constantly moving. But these things go hundreds of meters down. These shafts that go down.
If they find shafts hundreds of meters down,
Yes.
all around them. Look, that's advanced technology.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the point. Yeah. This is the point. Whatever this thing is that they have in nature, like if they said that they got that crap from an archaeological dig, I mean, maybe the Egyptians have found something similar to this thousands and thousands and thousands of years
Yeah,
ago.
I believe that's possible.
Yeah. Well,
The object that you're tied in, I actually got to speak to Filippo Bianco, by the way. He's in Italy, he's in Rome, we got to speak Italian, so we got to talk, and we talked about that. I had no idea they found something with a metal object down there, though.
this is not Filippo Bianco's work.
Oh,
This is some
okay.
different scientists that are just studying the labyrinth. Jamie, pull up some
That's
of
really
the
interesting.
schematics of the labyrinth.
So in the labyrinth, there's like a big
There's a large atrium. Yeah, if you get it, go ahead.
Sorry.
Head up.
Yeah. Got it. I feel like a fucking
Don't
asshole.
worry about it. It's America. Clear your head. So in this labyrinth, there's a large atrium. Okay. And in this large atrium, there's essentially a tic-tac shaped object that is 40 meters long. That is of some unknown metal. They don't know what it is. They don't know how it works. But this structure is all underground in Egypt,
Which is wild because, and how it's 100 meters?
we'll get a chance to look at it. This is Hawara. So there it says the 40-meter metallic object. See that where it says Hawara rising?
Yeah.
So if you click on that, it talks about the 40-meter metallic object discovered in Egyptians'
Can't read a report.
subterranean labyrinth. Yeah, right. Got it. But so whatever it is, play out some of the video just so we can talk about it. So this whole thing.
Please make the short statement saying whereby Michael Rothschild does not have any competing interests with this paper or in this paper, did not receive any funding.
And at that point, when I had met the person who seen the locals, who later became my wife 6 months later.
So yeah, you actually were working with the NRAG, and then
Yeah, that's just not going to help us. But if you could just go to some of the images where they've sort of outlined what it is.
there is not a very clear image of the metallic object.
No, that's fine. But just the labyrinth itself, what do you think the structure of it was?
I don't know where they got this from. There's also really important history metal object. That's a weird rendering that doesn't really come out.
Right, but there's some other drawings of from the Herodotus days.
Yeah.
So this is what they think it looks like underground, which is fucking completely bonkers. And if there is some 40-meter metallic object that's underground, and we are talking about the sport model being a part of an archaeological dig,
Right.
they might have found something back then
That
and
was
worshipped that thing and had that thing as
they turned it into this
right.
as a pyramid. Yeah. I think there's something to that.
Well, all these people that believe that there was an incredibly advanced civilization before some sort of apocalyptic disaster that reset civilization and it took thousands of years. And what we are essentially is is not the first advanced civilization, but a rebuild. A rebuild. Thousands and thousands and thousands of years later. That rings true with me. As Graham Hancock always says, we're a species with amnesia. And I think that makes sense. I think if you're dealing with people that were basically knocked back into the Stone Age 11,000, 12,000 years ago, it took us forever to rebuild to where we are now. I think we've gone down a completely different path than whatever the people that were able to build the pyramids of Egypt, all these fantastic megalithic structures, where we don't understand what technology we use. We don't. And it literally doesn't make sense that they were able to do this.
It's even like when we see those big gigantic stones and they're not just piled together, they're like interlocked with weird shapes.
Right.
How did that happen? I mean, those are things that, I agree with.
Archaeologists are very reluctant to admit, but there's tremendous evidence that not only were these people far more advanced than we think people should have been back then, but they're probably more advanced than we are now with some different kind of technology.
And maybe, it's like advanced, but in a different way.
Right. Yes.
Otherwise,
different pathway.
Yeah.
They didn't go
our way.
Yeah. They didn't go internal combustion engine and electronics.
Because we could see something.
Exactly. Right. But might not. If you're thinking about 100,000 years ago, there might not be any left, which is part of the problem. But whatever this metallic object is, if they are able to figure out a way to divert some of the water there, so all layers converge in a central corridor or avenue, he said, like the HUO shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. A hall consisting of a massive space, 40 meters wide, no less than 100 meters long. My personal interpretation, Tim said, is that the entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. So this hall, they believe, was constructed to house whatever this 40-meter-long unknown metallic object
How could they not dig that up?
Well, they could, but it's going to cost an immense amount of money.
Right.
And the thing is about the Egyptians, the people that run it, I had one of them on the podcast, Zahi Hawass, and he's incredibly dogmatic about his ideas of who built this and what. And when you say, how did they make these structures? 2,300,000 stones that weigh between 2 and 80 tons. The biggest stones cut from quarries that were hundreds of miles away through the mountain. And he's like, this was a national project.
The Egyptians did everything. They were awesome.
I'm sure they were awesome. I'm sure they were awesome, but it doesn't explain the technology involved, because there's extreme technology. Just to be able to cut those things. Like one of the things that they don't understand is these vases that they made that are perfectly designed, where there's the difference between like the edges and the symmetry is like 1,000th of a human hair, and these are cut out of incredibly hard granite. They don't
really. I've never heard.
This is a 3D print of one of them that exists.
Yeah, and they're fascinated by the perfection, and they're saying, how did they do that? We don't even know.
Incredibly hard stone
built with an incredible precision.
Yes, and incredibly hard granite, incredible precision. Back when they had no metal alloys, they had copper tools. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. Then there's the symmetry involved in some of these statues. Like, they're perfectly symmetrical in terms of the distance between the eyes, the nose, the lips. No one's face is symmetrical. If your left side of your face is different, you combine the two sides, they look, it looks weird. But when you look at these statues which are massive, carved out of granite, again, supposedly before they had steel, like they didn't have diamond-tipped instruments to do this, they polished them, they're perfectly symmetrical and massive. Some of them are 1,000 tons, and they don't have any understanding of how these people built these things and put them there, and they all seem to be the biggest, most spectacular ones, are the oldest.
How could you not want to dig those up?
Yeah, well,
right? And look at them. Because, I mean, they're concerned about national pride, but if you dig them up,
it's not just national pride, it's the pride of the people that have been espousing this one narrative for so long. That's part of the problem. The gatekeepers of the information.
It's still national pride.
It is, but these people are idiots. That's part of the problem. Like, their own ego is preventing them from being open-minded and calling out to the world's research communities and saying, listen, there's something going on here. We don't have the big picture. We have hieroglyphs into existing things. They would claim existing things. Some of the carvings of these things are far cruder in the way they've done it than the actual construction of the thing. And they think that these are old things that were there already, and then these later pharaohs chiseled their hieroglyphs into these things.
And another thing, and this has been mentioned a lot, is the fact that there's no tools that were ever discovered in those areas that would prove that those things were made with those. And they have to use tools. They have to have something.
Right.
So there's not even that. That's not even available. So it's like, how did they do it? Did they hide the tools? Why would they do that?
None of it makes any sense. Yeah. And also these incredibly hard vases that you find, they're the oldest ones. The things that they find in the oldest sites. It's like the most complicated, complex, confusing technology seems to be the oldest stuff.
Yeah.
There's also like
you had another guy here that does research on Peru, and he was talking. I can't remember his name. I got to meet him.
Luke Cavins. Was it him?
Yeah, he goes to Peru and he has a show about that, about the ancient stuff that they're finding underground in Peru.
There's a couple guys. What was the other guy?
He's got black hair. I can't remember his name.
That's Luke. The younger guy?
Yeah, younger guy.
That's Luke. Yeah.
So basically, he was talking about the fact that there's 2 layers of ancient stuff in Peru. The first layer is younger, and what's below it is what's really incredible
and more
complex. But they don't want to go there because you're going to destroy an existing archaeological site that's on top of it. So what's happening is they're having trouble now getting permission to go to the lower level, which is even better, because they're going to have to break an archaeological site of a more recent part of that civilization.
Well, this is a common theme among people. We build on older sites. There's a place that I go to in Italy in the Amalfi Coast, and there's this incredible old church there that's over 1,000 years old, but it's built on an even older church, and there's a plexiglass floor.
That shows the old church.
Yeah, the old church is underneath it, and you can see the structure of this old church. And I was asking them, how old is the old church? They go, we don't know. It's over 1,000 years old. So it's over 1,000 years old, this church, and this really old church is on top of it that's like hundreds and hundreds of years old also. But they built it on top of an existing structure. So this is a common theme. This is a theme in Peru where you see the Inca construction, which is like much less complicated, smaller stones, mud mortar, but it's on top of these megalithic structures that are carved in these jigsaw shapes where it seems like they've been melted. Yeah. It's freaky stuff. They have no understanding of what technology was used, who did it, how they moved these immense 1,000-ton stones and cut them with precision in this jigsaw way so that it will absorb the energy of earthquakes and not fall down.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's a lot of that stuff that's really, really freaky. And then you get into old religious texts, and that's when things get really freaky. You get to things like the Book of
Enoch. I knew he was going to say that.
The Watchers who came down from the sky.
Clearly, a lot of unusual stuff happened a long time ago.
And we don't have a good record of it.
Yeah.
We just have what we know. And what we know, we get very arrogant about it. We know what happened 300 years ago.
That's a really good point. What we know, we get very arrogant about.
Right. And it's also
anything else we don't.
These academics and these people that are in charge of the narrative, like the people in Egypt, where they're very arrogant and they're gatekeepers, because their whole identity is based on them being the ones that explain to the world how these incredible sites were produced. And if something comes along that is counter to that narrative, they fight it. They fight it because it's part of them. It's their identity.
When I spoke to Filippo Biondi, I talked to one of my cousins in Italy. I spent a lot of my time in Italy when I was younger. One of them, she was younger than I was when I was there, but she's now become a respected archaeologist in Rome, and she's an Egyptologist. Okay, and I went out to Italy to visit family, and I was sitting at the table. This is not even that long ago, and she's sitting next to me, and I remember her from being a kid. And she nudged me at the table. Her family's all academic. Everybody's a doctor or scientist or something like that. So there's always that pride of the science. And she nudges me, and in Italian she says, "I'm really interested in what what you do, what you're looking into. And I knew what she meant. It was about UFOs. And I just responded, I'm even more interested in what you know about what's out there in Egypt. And she looked at me and she says, we don't really know all of it. She said, a lot of it makes no sense. But she said it whispering because she knew that that's not well seen at the table, because now she's going to come across as this pseudoscience type of like, oh my God, she's going to come out of the mainstream, you know. So, and then she went to her place, and I was still there. We were there for a couple of days. She came and gave me a little book, and in Italian, I don't know how to say it, the missing, I don't know how to say it in English, but the missing Vangelo, like the missing scriptures, basically. It's a little book in Italian about the missing scriptures that are not in the Bible, that speak of things that are not convenient for what we are arrogant to think we understand.
And one of the fascinating things about these missing scriptures is that they found them alongside existing scriptures. So when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran, so they found these in a cave in Qumran, and it was kind of a crazy thing, like someone threw a rock and hit a clay pot and heard the shattering of a clay pot. So they threw a rock into this high cave and realized there's something in there, and then they started looking. And then they found these scrolls that were in these clay pots. Inside the scrolls, they found the book of Isaiah. It was 1,000 years older than the oldest version of the book of Isaiah that we had ever found. And it's identical, verbatim, to the book of Isaiah that is currently in the Bible. Along with it is the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch is fucking squirrely.
And it's a good way to describe it.
Just a few rabbis decided that the book of Enoch was too weird because it didn't jive with the Torah, so they left it out of the biblical canon.
That's right.
That's why it's not taught. But the book of Enoch is readily available. You can read it, and it's also in the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible includes the book of Enoch.
Really?
Yes, and those are the people that supposedly are in possession of the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
Just like Graham Hancock talks about it, there's like a person is sent to, like, they have a job of watching the Ark of the Covenant, but it's known that it's going to kill them, so they all get cataracts and cancer.
Yeah, like it has like bad things. Yeah, that's
well, it
right.
has some sort of radiation apparently, and they exhibit signs of radiation poisoning when these people are designed to be the curators.
Where is the Ark of the Covenant?
In Ethiopia, supposedly in Ethiopia.
So you guys think that's? I mean, I
think it's ancient technology. I think it's probably ancient technology. It's probably some completely not understood ancient technology.
I'm not discounting it. I'm just wondering.
Well, I like the fact that you're skeptical, even though you have the craziest fucking story.
Yeah.
It speaks to your integrity. It really does, because you're not a guy who believes kooky shit. So for you, a guy who doesn't believe kooky shit is a hard, rational scientist who's an engineer who's done things like put a rocket engine in the back of a fucking Honda, and then or a hydrogen-powered Corvette, and then you go and see these things like, wait, what the fuck is this thing you have?
Look, I worship technology.
Right.
Nothing else. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, to hear something like that, do you think that actually exists?
I don't know. Graham Hancock is convinced it exists. It's being carefully guarded, and these people have been guarding it for centuries.
I mean, it's just throughout history, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, there's too many missing pieces of the puzzle to really say one way or another. I don't think whether or not it was just mythology or
right. But it is weird that he's talked to these people, these fucking cataracts, and these people all say the same thing. They die. People that are designed or that are designated to be the curators of this particular religious.
I relate this back to I think I told you the first time we met. You know, if somebody found a nuclear reactor back at that time, you know, and they took it apart, they just would drop dead. You know, from magically from that, and anybody that came in to check on them would also die, and they go, "This is evil. It's cursed, or whatever."
Or something that you're not supposed to have access to because
or some other. Yeah,
yes.
Right. And because this be something at another level, you know.
That I have to say, I
and I mean, I'm not one to say it, but I struggle with divine stuff because I'm like, this craft or this technology. I mean, our phones to somebody 1,000 years ago would look like some divine object. I mean, it's technology to us, so we have to be very cautious. I'm not saying there is no divine something. Maybe there is. We don't know, but I think technology really could mask itself as divine power
100%. Or divine energy itself could be technology taken to its final form.
That I'm open to.
Well, if you think about what we're talking about with sentient AI, an AI that has the ability to make better versions of itself, what happens if it's left alone
Yeah.
for 1,000 years to do this? Well, what do you have? You have something that can harness the power of the universe itself. It exists, the 0-point energy, it can do whatever. I mean, it has a complete understanding of quantum entanglement, complete understanding of how the universe functions, how it was created. There's new theories that believe that the entire universe itself exists inside of a black hole.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out whether or not there ever was a Big Bang, or if it's a continuous cycle of things existing inside black holes.
So where do you think we are? What do you think this is?
I think it's a process. I think we're at a stage of a process. Our problem is we have ideology, we have dogma, we have ego. We have people that are smarter than most people, but want to think that they have all the information, and I don't think they do. And then we have open-minded people that are curious but don't want to look like kooks. And they're all trying to figure it out while we're making a fucking digital god, or these weirdo on the spectrum.
Right. We are literally manufacturing our own god.
Right.
Yeah.
But if
We are.
you take that and you extrapolate, you go from where it is now, you think about the exponential increase in technology. Well, where does that go? It kind of goes divine. I mean, that might be what God is. We want to think that God is a thing that exists. It just exists, it created everything. Maybe we make God.
Yeah. We're on the same channel. Yeah, I think we created. I think we created God.
I think human curiosity and this thirst for innovation is all part of it.
I'll say something about the technology because it always fascinates me. I mean, I spent 4 years with Bobnet to build it in a virtual environment, so I kind of had to think about it while I'm doing it. But if you really think about what this technology that you saw does, it essentially creates this artificial field of something, whether it's artificial, maybe it's natural, maybe it's a natural field, but it creates a field that we're not familiar with. And that field, I mean, Joe, you saw the movie, there was a test that was done in the lab that froze a candle flame.
Right.
Okay? But the photons are still visible within our realm here outside of the field, and you're still seeing the photons, yet it looks like it's frozen. To me, is that technology like a black hole? Is it some type of time stop? And it basically gives us the power to utilize time in our advantage. If you think about progression in technology, anything we do, it takes time. Anything takes time. Whether it's computing power, now we're seeing quantum computers do things that they're faster and faster, and they can do 1 trillion processes in an instant, and Japan is coming up with better than China. But because everything has to do with how long does it take to do that. If a technology can make you bypass time, it's like the record player playing music, but you're now able to lift the little pin on the record and move it to wherever you want.
Yes. And that's a good way to describe it.
Right? And now at that
Yeah,
point,
what up, Doug
time
Fire?
is in your hands. And if we have a technology similar to what you saw, because you always said gravity is a control, the gravity and time, it's interlocked, right?
Space and time.
Yeah, exactly. So if that's interlocked, then we have to look at it not just as a propulsion system or some type of cool weapon, but how is it affecting time, and how can we use that to our benefit to evolve faster? Because again, the faster we can compute, the faster we can do something, the faster we're evolving. And if we can lift that needle and bring it faster to get there, to get somewhere, why not use it?
Or should we be allowed to do that?
us in our current form.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm not exactly on our side anymore.
Well, that was one of the. Do you remember, Jamie, who discussed the way they were describing the use of some of this alien technology as instantaneous weapon deployment systems?
Yeah. I'm not sure we should be trusted with this stuff.
Right.
Yeah. No, really.
Well,
Really.
you think about what we're doing in Iran right now, you would say no.
Yeah,
Right.
I would say no.
We're still flying over patches of dirt and bombing the fucking shit out.
No, imagine if we had something a million times that power. Really, humans should not be trusted with that.
Right. Trusted to anyone. That's what we're making about.
It's scary.
It's scary.
It is.
But it's not science fiction.
No, I mean, no, it's not. I mean, we're making fun of it now, but
right.
No, this is dangerous stuff, and I'm sorry for the people who think this is all a joke. It's not. This is real.
Yeah.
And I'm really not sure we should be trusted with this. That's maybe why for 40 years or 60 years, people have agreed to keep it quiet.
I would agree.
And
well, that's the most logical conclusion.
Yeah, this is incredibly dangerous stuff. And again, it's world-dominating technology. And I don't know what to do with it other than to keep it from people. So, and how do we know if it comes up? That's something I always struggle with is, let's say we do get some type of thing saying, all right, we have to see it from somebody in the government, the president, whoever, that says, okay, here we are, we have this. Well, first of all, we have to validate it. The journalists are going to the media is not going to just trust somebody saying that. They're going to go, hey, wait a minute, what are you talking about, right? So it's not like because somebody says it, we just have to swallow it. It's like, all right, go, show us, right? And then when you do that, well, now you're exposing something else. What happens when we need to believe it? Like as people, what has to happen for me to believe something that somebody says? There really has to be something serious that makes me believe it. You know what I mean? Like if a president or anybody, prime minister, whoever it is, says something to me, I'll still go like, okay. I mean, show me. And then when they show it, how do I know that's actually that? Think about that.
Yeah.
Right? And then from there, we now have to go to another level of, okay, well, if we have to prove it, we have to bring in scientific community. Okay? That means they have access to it. What's the security parameters there?
Right, and then you get compartmentalization.
Exactly. Right.
And then that stops any sort of understanding.
There you go.
And that's why you have this stagnation of where you've got these people working on this thing for decades and not making any progress.
You know how far we could have gotten if there was free discussion between all the groups working on this?
Right. But then you also have these fucking psychos like from Dr. Strangelove that want to turn it into a nuclear delivery system.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them detecting nuclear bombs headed their way. You just instantaneously devastate Moscow in one shot. You didn't have to take credit for it.
Yeah, but we...
Right. No, it's like we are not ready. Right.
I know we're not ready, but we'd be more advanced if we did that. No, I mean, I agree with that. But
it's all very strange, and no one knows more strange than you.
No, there are plenty of people that know more strange than me. I mean, Dennis knew more strange than me. Anybody above him knew that. I just knew a small part of it.
But you, out of all the people that can talk about it, that are out there communicating about it, you have actually seen it physically.
Yeah, I try to only talk about what I've seen and touched and verified. I've heard plenty of other stuff that I don't know if it's true or not. And there's no sense in repeating it. Because nonsense moves at the speed of light.
Right. Yeah, it does.
And that's just, it's terrible.
You live in a weird existence, Bob. You really do. Because you've been holding on to this. You have this experience from 40 years ago that's just become a part of folklore. It's become a part of the zeitgeist. Like, this is why your podcast that we did is the most watched podcast I've ever done. this resonates with people in a way that, look, I've done a lot of UFO ones. I had Travis Walton on. I got a lot of people who have stories. They're all very interesting. They don't get nearly the contraction that yours does. And I think it's because you're uniquely credible. You're uniquely credible in the fact that you are very skeptical. You're not interested in like these fantastic ideas. You're very dismissive of nonsense. But yet you have this burden. Like you actually physically touched these fucking things and witnessed.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I was fortunate enough to have this really unique job. That's about it. And I am fascinated with the technology. But that's where it stops. I'm not interested in anybody else's story, although everybody has to email me. And, you know, I understand it. You know, they're looking for somebody. Hey, I saw this thing out when I was on my boat. And, you know, what is it? I don't know. You know, I mean, they're just looking for something, and it's,
Right.
I don't know, maybe it was Venus or something. And,
Right.
oh my God, you suck. You know, you were putting it's like, dude, I'm just looking for a prosaic explanation.
Right.
And you know, but I only know what I saw and I touched for myself. And everything else, even in official government documentation, it's just words on paper. I don't know if that stuff is true. So you got to draw the line there.
Yes.
But you know, I know what I did see. I know for a fact, and there is no way you can tell me that that's not real.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, in having worked with them and having, you know, inadvertently, there's no way that myself or people on my team aren't trying to dig deeper. And maybe there's a problem. Maybe there's going to be a gap. Maybe we'll find something wrong with the story. Because we went very deep. We had to build S4. We had to build the sport model. And there were things that happened over the years, things that he had said to us before we had built it, that there's no way he could have known, because there was physicalities, real things that we built. When you build something in a 3D environment, you're actually building a real world. It's got light mounts and refractions like the real world. Like when you turn on the light, it does the same thing. If a material has a sheen, you see it. It's literally the same thing. It's just computing power that gives you access to another world. And he mentioned things that were absolutely impossible to know. And one of the things that got, two things really convinced me. One of them was in the interior of the craft. You had said to us it was very dark in there. And while Bob is explaining to us this interior of the craft, that many times he kept repeating, it was really dark in there. Even though there were halogen lights. Right. And so at a certain point he says, as I'm crawling in, there's like these extension cords. And I remember going, extension cords? Like if that hadn't computed. And he's like, yeah, they have lights in there. And I'm thinking, it's true. I mean, there's no light switch inside this big thing. It's 52 feet. It's big. And so he said, yeah, there were two big industrial yellow industrial lights with 4 spots each pointed up. And so we decided to make those. We decided to research the type that were used back then in the United States, especially on military bases, the halogen power, because this was halogen in 1988. And we turned them on. And it was still dark. And it was super dark. And I remember Christopher Matteau, by the way, a big shout out to Christopher Matteau that's on my team, who made a lot of those visuals, and he's like a magician. He's the best. He's there. I say, Chris, turn on the lights because we have to film in the craft. And he's like, they're on. I was like, they're not fucking on. I can't see anything. He's like, they're fully on. And I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. It's so dark in there. Yeah, I remember thinking, shit, suits of light. And so we upped the power of the light so that you could see more. And it was still dark. And I thought, what the hell is happening? I go, is there a bug? Is there something wrong? He goes, no, I don't know. It's absorbing the light. And we had to up the light intensity on those tripods by 20-fold in order for you to see the visuals you see in our film. Otherwise, it would be really dark in there.
So how did you compute that? Like, what parameters did you establish?
So what you do is you're inside a 3D environment. You're in a 3D world. Now we're inside the craft. that is 52 feet in diameter. We bring a camera in there. So we were filming, the whole film was done with the Blackmagic 6K cam. So we would bring our Blackmagics in the 3D environment. You can actually set that so that we could film inside the craft. So it matches the filming of our real cameras. And so as soon as the camera's on, it's the same lens, it's the same aperture, everything is as you would have it. And so you're trying to adjust for this dark room. But if the room is really dark, you can't really get a good look at it, because if you go close enough, you would have seen like a seat and a little bit of the reactor, but you would have been like, what's the black screen I'm looking at?
So what is the explanation for why it's so dark?
It's just the way the light reflects.
And that is exactly, yeah, it's when you're in that space. Exactly.
But here's the question, like, what are you, when you're making this in a computer model, right? What are you putting in that would make it absorb light that way?
I didn't do that. So what we did is we spent over a year with Bob. I'm not kidding. It was like a year of trying to figure out the material of the craft, the actual skin of the craft. That was the hardest thing to do.
The specularity and the reflectivity of the actual material.
See that,
and the angle.
Yeah.
And then when the lights are in there, they just reflect at a weird angle. And it never gets bright in there unless you have tremendous amounts of light in there. It's always dark.
And sorry to interrupt, but that would have been, so when that happens, and we have the right material, which is like this, let's call it unpolished stainless steel. It's got a little bit of usage to it just to give it some texture. It's got the same sheen, refractions of a real material like that, because every time we put a fake light in there, okay, it's reacting like that. And now you turn these big halogen lights on, and it's like the part of where the halogen is hitting the ceiling of the craft, because they were turned upwards. Remember, Bob said they were not pointed like this. They were pointed to the ceiling of the craft. So you got two of them. It's like wherever the light was going was getting eaten up by that portion of the material. So it's not reflecting all the way. So you have a 52-foot distance, and it's being lost in a maybe 7-8 foot diameter environment, an area where the light is. And we're like, why is that happening? But that's how it does. Well, that's the reality. He could not have known that. If he's trying to make that up, anybody who's inventing a story says there's two industrial light with 4 bright halogen spots in there, a liar would not say it was really dark in there. You don't know that. You have to build it. So to me, that was a physicality of being inside the craft that made me go, Lazar could not have known that if he was making that up.
You wouldn't know it until you experienced it.
Exactly. So I'm like, unless Bob back then decided to go in his garage, build himself a fake dome, which I don't think he did, I'm like, how would he have known that? We didn't expect that. We were struggling with, why is it so dark? And then you make films, so you're used to using lighting. Exactly. And Chris was like, dude, this thing is just eating up the light. And I'm like, Bob kept saying, it's so dark in there. And it just, how is that possible?
What were the other things?
The other one, I laugh about this with Bob all the time. It's about the flag on the craft, that you could have seen it. I don't remember. So when he walked into the hangar the very first time, he saw the very first time he saw the craft, and he saw the reversed American flag sticker on the craft.
I wonder how it was reversed.
I'll get to that in a sec. I think I know, but I'll say what I think. And there's a lot of stuff. I researched a lot of stuff on Bob Lazar before I did this, and there's a lot of bad information out there. So I really tell people, if you really want to see what he saw, don't go read what's out there. Check this out, because Bob actually vetted everything, so it's not the wrong information to read. But anyway, there's a lot of detractors saying there's no way Lazar could have seen that flag. If the craft was that size and it was on the hull, on the craft shell, there's no way the angle, he's 5-something, he wouldn't have been able to see it. So we built it. We built a 52-foot diameter craft. We put it in the hangar. It's there. And my team, Chris gives me the goggles, the ones I made you try on, and it is the very first time I go in there, and I know the craft is there, so I put them on, and now they're hoping, because they're there with notes, they're hoping I'm giving them all the notes on, no, that's not good, and the first thing I did is I looked to my right, I'm looking at the craft, and I asked Chris to put me at 5'10", which is your height. So I said at 5'10", I'm Bob's height with the goggles. I want to see. And the first thing I said is, there it is. And they're like, what is? I said, the flag. And they thought I was pointing at a flag on a wall. And they're like, there's no flag in the hangar. I said, no, on the craft. And they're like, yeah. I said, you can clearly see it. It was clear. That was something that also made me go, yeah, this is it. This is the real size. So had Bob Lazar not actually seen that, the majority of the detractors out there kept saying there's no way at that angle a human eye could see a sticker on the top of the craft, which is on the top shell, but you can. It's as clear as day. So those were two things that I considered to be like, it's there. So I know to maybe some people that's not a lot, but as a person like I am, who's very technical and I'm super difficult. It took a long time to do this because I'm a perfectionist and I wanted to make sure it was accurate to what he saw. I look at stuff like that because I analyze everything like that. And I analyzed this story inside out.
And if you couldn't see the flag from that position,
that would have been a big, that would have been a red flag for me. I would have been like, wait, you can't see it, but you can. So you can't put enough of a value on little details like that, because he didn't say this in 2026. He said this in 1989.
right.
Why?
Why do you think the flag was reversed?
In American flag use law, the only thing we were able to ascertain is the fact that on military or on vehicles, anything military on a uniform, if ever you see an American flag on your right shoulder, it's reversed because it's how the wind is blowing the flag. On your left side, it's like the flag is because the wind is blowing this way. If you look at vehicles, let's say a Greyhound bus, they have American flags on each side, and they have a normal one on the left side, and a reversed on the right side because it's the right side of the vehicle. So it's blowing because the wind is blowing the flag that way. So the reversed American flag is a actual. It's the law of how to use the flag in the United States military or on vehicles. And it has to be like that on the right side. So to say, is that the right side of the craft? Yeah, it must be. If you go into the craft, the seats, when you go into the craft, I can't wait for you to go in the craft. When you go inside, the seats are facing the right side, meaning the hatch is the right side of the craft. It's the only thing that came to mind. I mean, is that what they did at S4? They fucking put a sticker on it? I mean, it's the only logical thing we could think of, is that's why it was there. I don't know. My other, because if it was an American flag, if it was just for identifying this as America, why would you reverse it? Right.
You're reversing it because it's indicating the direction in which it travels.
Exactly. So it's just an interesting, right?
It's all interesting. The goggles is a trip.
Right.
When I put on the 3D AR goggles and VR goggles, rather, you stand in that warehouse, that hangar, and look at it, it's very strange.
That's exactly like it was.
It feels very weird. It feels very weird. I mean, I'm only imagining what it's like to actually be you in 1988 standing there.
When you put the goggles on, that's exactly how it was.
What did Dennis say when he first saw it? He was like,
Dennis was hardcore.
Yeah.
He was here. Look at that. Come back in here. I mean, there was no reaction. Barry, on the other hand, was out of his mind. He couldn't wait to show me stuff. And, you thought, oh my God, was that awesome? But Dennis was like a hardcore, metal dirty guy.
How much of a view did you get of the other crafts? Because it's one of the things in the film, you only see like hints of them.
That was it. That's it. What you saw in the film was exactly what it was. It was just a passing thing. And as I was walking out there going, wow, there's more. Everything looks different. And other than the first two hangars, I really couldn't tell what was passed out there. But there were other hangars and there were things inside them. But
it's also interesting that at the time in 1988, this site was not even confirmed. This was like for you to have to know about this and know the exact location. It's kind of strange.
Right. Now, Luigi did that. I mean, I gave him the general idea. I said, I know what time I got out there, and I can see Papoose Lake, and behind me, he pulled up a lot of stuff from there. But another interesting thing he pulled up was there was an old silver mine exactly there in the exact same place, and I wonder if they used that as it was already drilled. There was already, corridors, and I actually held this for this show. What I'm about to say is the first time ever. It didn't make it in my film. I wish it did, but it didn't make it in the film. Veronica, on our team, she's my sister. She's like my right hand. And if I didn't have her, would be here right now. She found this, and at a certain point, we were looking at the maps out there, and you'll see in my film that Jane Huff sent us some U.S. Department of the Interior official maps of that environment at Groom Lake, Papoose Lake. But we weren't satisfied. We wanted to go deeper. We said there's got to be more. And there's one map in Pacific that is a publicly available map. It's super not easy to find, by the way. That is in the hands of the U.S. Department of the Interior. I can get it to you if you want. I can email it to you. That map is the oldest map of Papoose Lake known in the hands of the government that is public domain. That map, and everybody's going to be listening to this, clearly shows a road that goes right into where S4 was. It doesn't show a road near it. It shows a road going right in the mountain. And they removed it. That map is from 1941. Okay? Right after that, the map is 1950 and 1952, and those roads were removed. But the oldest map we ever found, it's going to be available. We're going to post it on our website. It's going to be everywhere. It shows clear as day a road that goes right into the mountain, exactly where Bob Lazar said S4 was.
So do you think that was the road to the silver mine?
Yes, I believe that, yeah. It makes sense that they would use an existing facility and just enlarge it instead of start from nothing.
Right, of course, especially if it's not.
Yeah.
And it also makes sense that if Roswell was real, and if they really did find and crash UFO in 1947, like in the 1950s, they'd be like, let's get rid of this fucking road.
Right?
Yeah, if we're putting this out there, if we're building this facility out there, and if they did have it, that also makes sense that they worked on this for decades. You come along in 1988, they've got this happening in the 1950s, and it's still there.
Yeah. I think what happened is when the CIA took over, because CIA is the one who took over Area 51, they're the ones at Area 51. I think what happened is as they took over, they just removed the road. It wasn't even because there was a flying saucer there. I just think they got in there, took control of that terrain, that whole landscape, and said, remove it off the maps. Because it's there prior to them taking ownership of that land. So, I mean, it's clear that there was a road there, and then they came in, CIA said, take it out, and S4 might have had already an installation. It wasn't an installation, but they probably had a tunnel in there already because it was a mine. So it was an easier way to build a big facility in the side of the hill. Makes sense.
It does make sense. And then there's also the images that you got of what looks like the hangar bay doors
Right.
that are camouflaged.
And I have to say that
Gotta go again? No words.
that's all good.
Technology will fix that. It'll remove your prostate. Trying to get it over fucking hand. So that image that you got of the, unfortunately, it's kind of blurry, but you do see something that looks very similar to what you'd expect to be camouflaged garage bay doors.
I got contacted by a guy called Scott Mitchell, and I was getting contacted by everybody, Joe. Everybody was trying to get in and get to make me work with them or use something they found. So I was ignoring 99% of people's and it's getting tiring. Everybody you gotta listen to me. I know stuff about that. I'm like, what? I'm working with Bob Lazar. I have enough right now. But this guy, we had built the base, and I knew exactly where it was. I knew exactly the layout. This guy, he not only contacted me, but he sent me an image that he had drawn. He didn't want to send me the way it found, but he says, here it is. This is where the doors are. This is exactly where they point to. I looked at the image and I said, not bad. I mean, you really nailed it in the image. And I thought, okay. At first, I thought somebody on my team leaked something we had. To be honest, I'm like, oh, who did that? Who sent out one of our renders to somebody? Because that's what I thought. They're like, no. This is what. So I talked to this guy, and he's really, really good at researching, and he ended up becoming probably one of the best I've ever. He's one of the best I've ever seen. His name's Scott Mitchell, and he says there are pictures that were taken in 2020. And ironically, those pictures were taken on December 25th, 2020, which is Christmas Day, in the middle of COVID, which means the base might have been shut down. If you think about that, you know what I mean? It's COVID. It's in the heat of it. Plus, it's 25th of December. So there's probably nothing going on there. And this private pilot in a small Cessna requested access inside the perimeter, and they granted him permission. And he had a big Nikon camera on board with a big telescopic zoom, and he took a shit ton of pictures, and they're amazing. They're all public. They're all available. You can download them. And there's these pictures of Papoose Lake and the hill, but they were being used on the internet for a long time. Everybody was like, "You see, Bob Lazar is a fraud. It's not real. There's nothing there." Well, of course you can't see it. It's first of all 17 miles away, and secondly, they're not designed for you to see it. And that also, let's talk about something that Bob was talking about in 1988. The picture was taken in 2020. I mean, there could be could be a different landscape now. So he said, look, this image, if you change the contrast, you got to keep the original, but just move and try to extract data from your image. Anybody who knows how to do that in photography, you can do that. And he pulls out these geometric shapes. You can see them. They're like little. They look like rectangles. And I thought, what if this is not real? I was super skeptical. I'll be honest with you. We're talking about the picture with the doors on the hangar doors, the one from Scott Mitchell, the one that we have in the film.
Oh, right.
And so I didn't believe it. I thought, there's no way. I go, there's no way this is real. I don't believe it. So Scott was really cool. He said, look, man, I understand you're a skeptic. I get it. I want you to do me a favor. Go online, search it yourself. I won't even tell you where it is. I'll just tell you who took the pictures. The only thing he gave us is the picture number is 0501. That's what the picture number is. He goes, if you find it, have whoever on your team playing around with it until you see it. That was fair, because I said, okay, because I mean, if it's out there, there's two different places. It was online, and the one place we got it from was the source of it. Okay, it was from the photographer, the guy himself. We take it. I had 3 different people on my team. Everybody's really good at all this stuff on my team. So I said, guys, this is what we need to see. If you guys can pull it up, I'm not going to be as skeptical. Everybody got it almost at the same time. They were playing around, and eventually the easiest software we used to get that detail out was DaVinci Resolve. And with DaVinci, it's a faster process than if you're messing around with Photoshop or whatever. And it came, and I was like, oh my god, it's really there. You can clear. So what I did is I had them scan the rest of the picture because it's pixels, right? So I said, let's also see if it's not some pixelation. Is it maybe just what the photo does? Maybe we just got lucky and it looks like that there. Maybe it's going to show something similar elsewhere, and it doesn't. And then I said, all right, go get me 0502. I want 0500. I want, because the guy kept snapping pictures, I want you to do the same. Like, we went really military. Like I said, I want to make sure this is real. I'm not going to put our name on this if it's not. And it ended up being, other pictures also show it, by the way, because he went click, click, click. So it's like, it's not just that one. That's the clearest one. And so I was, at a certain point, I go to Bob's house, and I'm sitting there, and the guy calls me. Scott Mitchell calls me, and he has no idea I'm with Bob Lazar. So I pick up, it's a video call, and he goes, hey man, what's going on? I said, well, look who I'm with. And he just like exploded because he was like, oh my god, you're with Bob. And I said, show him. And so Bob was there, and we showed it. We ended up transferring the call on a Zoom call, and he showed it, and you said, yeah. Like, I remember you going, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
What did that look like to you?
that was awesome. Yeah, it was awesome. What was really shocking was the first hanger was bigger. Yeah, because that was the big hanger. Yeah. Because the first hanger is a big hanger, and there's the smaller ones. And I said, Jesus, the first hanger is bigger. You found it. So, I mean, that was, I just lit up at that point. Yeah.
What happens if you look at that type of Google Earth?
That is what the Google Earth. No, that was the picture. But Google Earth. But Google Earth, and I'll tell you something about Google. That wasn't with Google Earth. No, the picture is a real photo. The picture of the hangar doors is a real photo. Oh, okay. I thought that was Google Earth. No, the picture is a real photo. The Google Earth, though, you see that in the film. Yeah. I can't make this up. I didn't want to put anything in the film. That was one of my things. I did not want to put anything in the film that would make me, the whole team, or even Bob, look like we're trying to, like, MacGyver something in there. It has to be, you go look for it yourself. It's public. If you don't believe it, go check it out yourself. That's the only thing we allowed. And when you go on Papoose Lake on June 22nd of 2024, June of 2024, Google Earth changed. You're going to be right over Papoose Lake. If you zoom in, you're not going to notice it because it's kind of a yellowish tint to the image. And I remember going, why is it so yellow? I mean, I'd been there so many times. I was like, why the fuck does it turn so yellow? And I'm like, I'm zooming out. I'm like, why did they fuck it up? I thought, you fucking ruined everything. It's all yellow. And as I go further, you see this box that is like right over Papoose. So I'm like, what is that? And I put my mouse over it, and wherever you're in the box, it's June 22nd, 2024. And as soon as you put your mouse outside of the box, well, it's an older date. And I thought, oh, they just did that. And so I think what they thought they were going to do is that new filter right over Papoose Lake removes every possible detail on the terrain, the landscape, where the brushes are and the Joshua trees are. It really, really removes all that. It blurs everything out. But they made a mistake. They made a huge error, I believe so. And I think if they're listening, they're going to go, yeah, our bad to the DOD, because you see all the tracks on the lake. And for some reason, that filter accentuates the tracks on Papoose Lake and removes the landscape brushes from, I don't know why, it just did that. And I was like, holy shit, you see all these tracks.
What it looks like is they're trying to purposely obscure the area.
Yes.
And the fact that it's in a very clear box.
Yeah.
And you talked about that in the film.
Yeah.
It's kind of bonkers.
And there's really no reason. There's no reason to pick one square box at a why that nobody goes to. Yeah. Right? So yeah. And so I thought, geez, did we gotta put this in there? I mean, it's so cool, right?
It's all very compelling. I think we should wrap this up, but the film's excellent.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I could tell it took a tremendous amount of effort, and I could tell by watching when we watched together that it had an insane impact on you. And you'd already seen it before. I saw it with you. So you're just seeing it again. It's just like, it's bonkers.
Yeah, it really affected me. And is there anything else you want to say? There's a couple things I want to bring up. Okay. You know, just because I heard stuff Luigi has told me, people think that I make millions of dollars off of this stuff. Yeah. And I don't. I would love to sign on to the millions of dollars. You know, Jeremy made his movie, and I didn't get a cent from Jeremy's movie. I said, anything you make, you give to George. You know, Luigi has spent millions of dollars of his own money, literally, right? You know, making this stuff. I can't see how he's ever going to make the money back if he does. That's awesome. I drive a 1980 something, not a 1980. You drive 2000. No, I'm 2018 Chevy Bolt electric car. I mean, it's a car you buy for your teenage daughter. It's embarrassing to drive. It cost me $18,000. You know, my house on the 10 acres cost $450,000, and you know, back when I got it, I mean, I work 6 to 7 days a week in United Nuclear, my business. I mean, if there's anyone that wants to give me millions of dollars, please contact me immediately, because I would like to retire, but no, I don't make millions of dollars off this stuff. And my wife and I do fine. We grow our food in our greenhouse. We live in our little place up in the mountains, and that's it. But you know, this is Luigi's thing. That's why he's here.
I think the film's going to be very successful. I think you're probably going to make money off it, at least I'm
No.
Well, you'll
You know, thank you, Joe.
I think we should wrap it up. Thank you very much, Luigi. Thank you, Jennifer Park.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Bob, great to see you again, as always.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's understandable.
It's understandable. And again, the film, let's show it on the screen, Jamie, so people can know where they can see it, when it's available.
Yeah, it's available actually as of right now.
Let's play the trailer. We'll
Yeah, let's do that.
S4, the Bob Lazar story. We'll end it with the trailer.
It's on Amazon, and we are not alone. We are not alone. Physical evidence now exists for the proof that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here. As of 1989, that evidence was in the custody of the United States government. Between December of 1988 and April of 1989, I worked as a senior staff physicist in what has to be the most secret project in history. My job in this program was to be part of the back engineering team. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the sport model. The goal of this program was to see if the technology of the disc could be duplicated with Earth materials. To start up the reactor, of course, we need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams machined into a wedge like this. The program out at S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. The file on top was Project Galileo, and as it turned out, that's the project that I was part of. And that clearly referred to reverse engineering a recovered
unidentified craft during the operation. According to his account, his unit approached a large stationary object in a remote area. What they observed did not match any known aircraft or military system. Welcome to Classified Context. If you're new here, consider subscribing. We analyze real conversations and provide missing context.
So going back to the event, we decided to get in the tactical column and approach this, right? And we got down the slope, and it's just like a clearing, and it just has this big opening. It's almost more than a football field because this craft took up the majority of that.
So let's describe the setting, because at first you said there were halos going, doing racetracks around. Is this the same opening that you described earlier that you were watching halos drop some place?
No. Okay. So where this was happening was southwest, at least where the helo insertion points were with the LZs that they were setting up. And they were flying very low in consideration. So the reason why I know this is because I asked the pilots after this, because I was letting the officers mess, and I knew their call signs, and I approached them and asked very respectfully if they noticed anything strange. None of them said anything. So I was trying to see if they could get a view of the topside, because this is just something that's crazy. Also, their call signs all stuck out too, because pilots like to do crazy stuff with their call signs, so it was very easy to track them down. But having this happen on the north part of the slope, and it goes down, and obviously, the way it was transitioning colors, which was kind of the way that it appealed, because it was transitioning from like that gray to a dark black, and just kind of reaching between, right?
Well, let's rewind a little bit before we get into the description. Okay. How far, what was the activity with all the other helicopters? Were they active at the time that you saw the
Honestly, when we started going down there, no. Okay. And I don't know, because obviously we were occupied with this.
How far do you think it was?
So from us, from the LZ where we were at was 300 meters roughly, okay, plus the slope that was concealed plus vegetation. Down the slope, it was like 300-400 meters, maybe. So we got close. We trucked down quite a bit. Okay. About 150 meters outside. 150, 200, right? Halfway. And
so maybe about a click away.
The craft itself might have been a click up. And as like I said, the reason why I know how big this thing was, because...
Did you see it as you crested the hill?
Yes, I did. And that's where I took videos and pictures of this thing. That's how I was able to see it, because, taking pictures of chaos going behind and everything, and seeing the rubble, burning buildings, flooding, and all that kind of stuff. And then you turn around and like...
So you crest this hill.
Yep.
You look down into the valley.
Yep.
And there's a clearing.
There's a clearing
with a UAP. The average football field is 360 feet long. What this Marine is describing matches that scale. A stationary aerial object of that size with no visible propulsion defies known military aviation capabilities in 2009. Even today, no confirmed platform can hover silently at that mass without rotor wash, heat distortion, or acoustic signature.
Just sitting there rotating clockwise, and that's transition this color spectrum I was telling you too. And that's why it's kind of something that stuck out. It's not a building, It's not something that you're used to seeing. Maybe topside it could have looked like a building or something that, I don't know. I don't have that perspective. I wasn't a pilot or anything, but I can tell you from our point of view, it's something that just looked very unnatural, not normal. And that's what got our curiosity to go investigate this. Now, normally, because we would have had comms, you're damn right would have called it that. Report something suspicious, maybe get some eyes on the helo, get over their call sites and try to do them fly around, and they never did. But obviously, we didn't have comms to do it, but they were more occupied with what was going on behind us.
In modern military operations, loss of communications is a critical failure. The standard protocol dictates fallback, not forward. Advancing toward an unknown aerial object without command authorization places the unit outside the chain of command. At that moment, they were no longer operating under control. They were operating blind.
So, when we trekked down and got around 150 to 200 meters from it, and this is an opening, by the way, there's no tactical advantage being in this situation, because you don't have cover. It's jungle. You have concealment, but this kind of concealment with vegetation is not bulletproof. So when we trekked up close, we were a tab column, so obviously you have points here, right? Each Marine, so you have visuals of the sides. Somebody has a point, somebody has the rear. And all of a sudden we're involved by this military force of, I still to this day don't know who they are.
How close did you get to the craft?
Roughly 200 meters, 150, 200.
So you could see the top of it, and then you could see underneath of it.
And underneath of it had this platform that was on the ground that was separate from this craft hover. And it was very weird to see, and I was like, okay, I don't know if it's kind of like a cement pad or something. I don't know if it was a helo pad or anything like that at first, but then start seeing how the material would kind of look very similar to what the craft was. It's like, well, that's separate. So you have something that's on the ground, stationary, and then you have something that's up top, and it's just rotating in a clockwise position. So right when we got close to it, at least 150, 200 meters out, and all of a sudden we were engaged, at least not in a hostile manner, at least not fire or anything like that. But the way that these guys moved was so fluid, so still, it was very smooth. And it kind of indicated to me, after thinking about it for several years, is that these guys have done it for a while because of how smooth this operation was. So when we were in a tactical column going towards the center of this thing, they actually came from the flanks, but it was more of a diagonal, like a corner of the room, so to speak.
A diagonal flank envelopment is a tier 1 maneuver. It creates interlocking fields of fire while eliminating crossfire risk. This is not standard infantry behavior. It's elite level coordination. Whoever these operators were, they weren't reacting. They were executing a rehearsed containment protocol.
Right. For them, in a tactical advantage, they have interlocking fields of fire on every single person, and they had a team of 8, right? And the gear that they had was black OTV vests, they had black camouflage utilities.
So what you're saying is there would have been no they were professionals.
Yes, yes.
Mexican standoff where they fired, they're shooting into their other squad. They had perfect angles.
Yes, they did.
To where both sides could engage you.
Yes, team of 4, so it was like a fire team
without worrying about a blow situation.
Exactly. So, with that being said, because as they approached us, you have safety split. Now, your attention to detail, when you're seeing this kind of stuff, your senses are very heightened, so you can pick up. I know you being a combat veteran, you know all about that. Your heightened sense of awareness is going through astronomical changes to the vigilant. So you can hear stuff a lot clearer. And that's where you kind of picked up the hum that this object was doing along with these guys flipping their safeties on. Especially M4s, it's very distinct sound. Anybody in this room who's held M4s and has shot them, M16s, things like that, it's very distinct sound to flip that off. So we kind of knew, and they started yelling at us. They were like, you're not supposed to fucking be here. What the fuck are you guys doing here? Who the fuck are you with? They knew. They were using the kind of lingo that we were using, especially the military. So it made me think that at some point these guys actually were uniformed military at one point.
Any accents?
Not accents, it's just like American dialects, how you and I are talking. At one point they said they're going to smoke us, they could throw us over a helicopter. It's very easy to get lost in the jungle out here. They kept saying stuff like that. So after they enveloped us, they all pretty much got in line. They told us to put our weapons, so we all got in line as well. And we had our hands up, we had our weapons slung. And they're having 2 guys watch while there's a guy basically taking our magazines out of our vests. And they're throwing them on the deck and they're kicking them away so you don't have time to react. They also, at the same time, the first thing they did was obviously take their weapon and clear it. But they took the magazine out and they actually held it in a way to where they could pull the charging handle and collect the round and have it not hit the deck. So the way that these guys operate is very smooth. It's very calculated, very precise. You can tell they've done this a lot, they've rehearsed it a lot. Especially combat operations, you're doing terrain model rehearsals, you're doing rehearsals whether you're clearing rooms, trying to figure all that kind of stuff out.
Smooth, non-verbal coordination under stress is a hallmark of experienced special operations units. The ability to disarm, search, and control multiple armed personnel simultaneously suggests advanced training, likely beyond conventional Marine or Army infantry. This wasn't just discipline, this was muscle memory.
These guys kind of did the same thing, I'm assuming, because of how smooth it was. And because you know as well as I did, you have new guys that join a unit and they're not that fresh. They're very choppy because they have a basic understanding of either how to stack up with your room clearing. And the guys that have done it and been through combat deployments, all that, they're very kind of methodical, very smooth because they know what to expect. These new guys are not the same thing. You can tell these guys were seasoned. So as they did that, they actually, each Marine had 2 guys on, plus one that was taking the stuff off. They actually knew where our military IDs were because in Marine Corps order, you have to have your left breast pocket.
So there were 15 of these guys, 3 on each Marine.
No, so they had other guys right here. They had 3 that were just going through each Marine. Other people were holding each Marine at gunpoint. And they're not like super close to us range-wise because if you get a muzzle close, I mean, it's easy to grab it. You kind of fend off, especially with a rifle. But these guys were off at the standoff distance, and even if you try to move, they get smoked.
One search team of 3 guys.
Yes.
And then the rest of the squad was aimed at.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and again, they're not anywhere where they could actually, there was people behind us because obviously if they had to engage, they're going to hit one of their own guys probably. So it's more like they were kind of moving the same way through all of us, all 6 of us, all taking our stuff. taking pictures of our military IDs, so they had like these devices that kind of look like a very thin, it looked like a smartphone modern day right now, because in 2009 it wasn't the case. I think the most high-tech thing they had at that time were maybe Blackberries, but they're bulky at that point with the, and then they had their flip phone razors and things like that. But these look like something you'd see today. And they were taking pictures of military IDs, and they had some other device that was like remind me of a BAT system. It's like a biometrics tracking system.
In 2009, biometric identification systems like BAT, Biometrics Automated Toolset, were restricted to high-value counterinsurgency operations. These systems would scan fingerprints, irises, and facial data in real time. These operators carried advanced handheld tech resembling modern smartphones. They were operating years ahead of publicly known capabilities.
So what it does is when you come across with an insurgent, you can take a picture of their face, their head, not fingerprints, something like that. But they were trying to scan our IDs with this thing. It wasn't working, so they're kind of getting frustrated with it. So as this is going on,
did they collect biometrics from you?
No. Which they took pictures of us, but that may be enough, and then they took our IDs, because some people I talked to that are in the special operations community with that, they said, yeah, we have the ability to scan IDs, and it tells you everything about you. Military IDs, driver license, things like that. So it's very high speed stuff. And considering this was in 2009 compared to now, of course, they had this thing that they were using to load up stuff. It's very advanced physics, something hovering off the ground, not making a sound, but an audible hum, like a guitar amp or something that's like a transformer.
So it didn't sound like a jet.
No.
It didn't sound like a helicopter.
No.
There was no engine noise.
Nope.
Just a hum.
Just an audible hum. It's very creepy to see because it's not normal.
Was it like a bassy hum?
Yeah, like at the time. Like if you're unplugging, it wasn't the same pitch, but it was like the same kind of sound, same kind of noise that it emitted. And so as they're searching us, we're watching this thing happen. That's when we start seeing trucks come from our left and go onto this platform. And they were up armored 350s. I know exactly what 350s are. They're kind of beefier trucks. They were matte black. When they were coming at us, and they go left.
Up-armored Ford F-350 platforms are commonly used in covert logistics operations due to their civilian profile and high payload capacity. Modified with military-grade storage, such as Pelican cases, they can transport weapons, tech, or something else entirely. What matters is not the trucks, but what they were delivering.
I was glancing between what was going on in front of us with these guys, and then all of a sudden glancing over to what was going on behind them. And that's when I started seeing the key details of this thing. Like it had like a scale pattern on it, kind of like an octagon, because it was crafted itself as like an octagonal shape where you could see points. It had a pyramid structure on top that was black, and you can see the shadowing of it as it rotated. It was rotating very slow. And then it had like these vents on every single corner on the middle part of these platforms, this panels in a way. It was like a Vanta black. It was like a dark black that would like absorb light. Very weird.
But what do you mean by that? A dark black that would absorb light?
So, if you're ever familiar with the BMW, they painted Vanta black. It was like a very super dark black. It's not like a reflective material, like a matte black. Yeah, but very, very, very even darker than matte black.
Okay.
Like you can shine a light at it and it won't even illuminate, like the Batmobile, kind of, something like that.
Vanta black is one of the darkest materials ever created, absorbing up to 99.965% of visible light. Originally developed for military and aerospace stealth applications, it eliminates reflection entirely. If this craft exhibited similar properties in 2009, it suggests either classified experimental materials or something far beyond conventional engineering.
But even it was like very dark. So I can describe it as like a Vanta black. Okay. And
so when you mean absorb light, you're saying if I shine a laser on you, you might not even see the laser, or it will be very dull.
Correct. Okay, something like that. So we're watching these vehicles, right? These trucks, Humvees. The military has the IR lights on the front and the headlights that you can drive at nighttime with your dogs. So they had the same thing because they had the same kind of slits that had the IR lights. But they had weapon cases in the back of each truck then, and you could store like a couple hundred weapons, maybe 100 weapons, maybe a platoon of company-sized element. It was the same Pelican cases that we would use to store stuff when they were transporting. So very big cases on 2 of them in each truck. And then they had a shipping container thing. It looked like a shipping container, but smaller and half the size. And the thing that was different about this is it had a cylinder on the front of it that was towards the truck. It was like parallel to the ground. Just a cylinder right on the top of this thing. And for years I thought, okay, it's got to be oxygen supply or like a vacuum sealing thing that would, because obviously I'm thinking it's drugs. So it's a very advanced way to do that, just years of thinking of this. And come to find out, when I gave my speech in D.C. on that Saturday for the Disclosure Project with Dr. Greer, he's got a lot of people come out of the woodwork, by the way. And this gentleman, I'm not going to give any detail. I know a little bit about him, but he works in some of these projects at some very controversial facilities. He's aware of what was going on. After I did my presentation of this, he confirmed, he's like, I don't want to leave Michael hanging out there, but I was not expected to come and talk to you about this. And he went explaining what the operations do, why they do it, and what they were using it for. And he says, there's not drugs that they're putting in these shipping containers. He says it's humans.
Human traffic. Natural disasters create ideal conditions for human trafficking operations. Infrastructure collapse, mass displacement, and missing persons reports provide perfect cover. Intelligence agencies have documented spikes in trafficking activity following major disasters. If this account is accurate, this wasn't just a recovery operation. It was extraction.
His own words. And, of course. And he also wants to come forward, at least with him and 30 other people that are involved with that part of the work. But it was very disheartening to actually get that information relayed to me. Because here I'm thinking for years it's drugs and it's a much sinister thing. But it makes sense because they use natural disasters and people are going to be missing anyway.
Yep.
This is about people.
I mean, I just uncovered human trafficking this year,
Right.
and I know a lot of human trafficking comes from third world countries in distress. You're in third world area, in distress, right after an earthquake. It's prime time to do a human trafficking operation.
Right.
How big were the containers?
I would say probably 8 feet and 10 feet. 8 feet tall, 10 feet.
So like maybe half a Connex box?
Yeah, about that.
Okay.
And they were kind of like on the trailer that was underneath. It was kind of like a regular Humvee trailer that you would see kind of pulled stuff. Something like that.
How were they being lifted into the craft?
So they were driving onto this platform that was angled to sort of hit. And it just raised up and they're just driving on this ramp.
Well, the
The
truck
whole
would go
thing,
up.
yeah, but the whole thing was a ramp.
Okay.
Like a circular ramp. And I mean, obviously I can't see what's on the other side of it. But I'm assuming because it's a circular pattern that it's going to be the same on the other side. Because they would drive onto this platform, and at that point I saw all the doors open. 4 guys would come out, and then I go back to what we're facing here with these guys searching our stuff, asking us questions, taking our IDs, trying to intimidate the crap out of us. And so I could see the guys come out of the truck, and that was making me think too, like, at a tactical advantage, we didn't have that. There's only 6 of us, basically trained infantry Marines. And there's these guys here that are, doing this operation, very skilled, very methodical, very calculated, very precise. And if there's 8 of them, and then all of a sudden every single truck has 4 of these guys, I know that it's not just these guys that are running the perimeter. They could have been 30 or 40 people. It could have been a platoon-size element. And the fact that we have no concealment, we barely have any concealment, because if we were to run and bank off the sides here to go to our flanks, they could just engage us. There's nothing to hide behind. Vegetation ain't gonna stop bullets, but so there's a lot of questions I have too, because it's, obviously if we would have engaged them, then the whole rest of the force behind us would know about it because they've heard the commotion.
How many containers do you estimate were put into the craft?
4, because I saw 4 trucks.
4 containers.
And there could have been more, but at that point where we saw, we could have, because we stumbled onto this thing. We were in their operation, so to speak, because we weren't allowed to see them.
Let's talk about the craft.
Okay.
How big was it?
300 feet is what I'm estimating, about a football field. And the reason why I say this is because we flew on a CH-53 Super Stallions. I'm sure you're familiar with those.
The CH-53 Super Stallion is about 100 feet long. Michael eyeballed the craft at roughly 300 feet. 3 of those massive helos compartmented. Separate hovering platform, no cables, no noise, except that deep transformer hum. Then the whole thing lights up at the corners, vanishes west at 4,000 to 5,000 miles an hour with 0 boom and 0 rotor wash. Trees didn't even move.
Seal. They're roughly 100 feet. All right, so from nose to tail, if you lined up three of them and fit three of them under this craft, because I can see, especially the operation behind us, you kind of see them off in the distance. So you try to gauge, as a Marine, you're always trying to judge distance, you know what I mean? Because if you're happy to engage, but lo and behold, we ended up having a surprise right here happen with these guys. But that's how it goes around 300 feet. And it was circular. It's like an octagon because it had like corners on it. That was like an octagon shape, but still circular.
Could you see, was it one smooth piece of metal?
No. It was panels. Yep.
How just describe it all.
Windows, nothing I could see like that. It just had that back to black vent looking things on each corner. That's all I saw with that. And it had like an octagonal scale pattern that went through it. It honestly reminded me kind of like a design for an F-22. Like the top of it kind of looks like that. That's what it kind of reminded me of because of transition those colors. So I suspect, I've had people I've talked to about this to say, well, Lockheed Martin has reverse engineered stuff that's circular. Raytheon, they have triangular craft. They said it might have been Lockheed because Lockheed also made the F-22. Similar design concept. Now that I think about it, right, because at this time you're not really thinking about it, you're like, I'm more concerned with these guys and who the hell they are. So after we witnessed the last truck going on there, and we're still dealing with that, I got searched already, of course, and I'm just paying attention to what's going on and making sure my guys are good too. Now all of a sudden, the trucks, we never saw them again. There was like boxes and stuff that were on that platform. And so I'm assuming they either drove off on the other side or disappeared or where they went. All of a sudden, we noticed that this platform raises off the ground by itself. It doesn't make any noise, by the way. It doesn't disturb anything. It just started
gaining elevation. How high off the ground was this?
The actual craft?
Yes.
I would say probably 20 feet. Okay. The platform rose up, but I'd say like the platform was up several feet, probably maybe 5-6 feet. Because it was still, from the distance, probably about half an inch.
I'm envisioning, the way you're describing this, I'm envisioning an octagon.
Yep.
Rotating clockwise with a drop ramp similar to maybe something you would see on the back of the C-130, C-17.
But circular and separate. There's no cables.
Was the ramp attached to the craft?
No. So there was just like the bottom part of the craft that was what I'm assuming, because that's where I saw the stuff go into. It was like the bottom part. It was like the floor itself was like the platform, and they were just rolled up, right? But at the same time, the top part leveled a little bit and went down to meet with this. And as that happened, you start to see it rise up past the tree line. It's not like it's super fast and just rapid, it's just like kind of slow. As that's going on, the rotations has not changed. The audible hum has not changed. But it's nothing like that. It's just constant.
Okay.
Each point on that octagonal shape started to illuminate colors. Right? It was just one color per point. It was red, it was green, it was yellow, it was blue. It was the only colors I saw. It was rotating, right? As soon as it got to the top of the tree line, like cleared the trees, this thing shot off to the left.
Known aircraft generate heat, noise, and atmospheric disturbance when accelerating. Even hypersonic vehicles produce shock waves and sonic booms. But this object displayed none of those signatures. No exhaust, no rotor wash, no pressure displacement. Which raises a critical question. What kind of propulsion leaves no trace?
And to the left was the ocean, by the way. It was just going west.
How far to the left was the ocean?
Probably a good mile and a half, maybe.
That's it?
Yeah,
Was it right on those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably, I would say maybe, it could be a mile and a half to 3 miles, I'd estimate, because I mean, that's just estimation, I don't really know. Because we landed at the airstrip, and then we took like a several-minute flight going from southwest to like northeast part, roughly. So I'd say probably a couple miles to kind of estimate. And like I said, it didn't change pitches of noise or anything. And it just completely shot off. I mean, it's just like a blur that went left. It didn't make a sonic boom like you see a fighter jet and you see the pressure that, the way that happens. It didn't disturb any of the trees like rotor wash would do on a helo or a jet flying the map of Europe and leaving exhaust and blowing them. You kind of see Top Gun movies with that crazy propulsion. Nothing. There were even coconuts that you could visibly see on these trees. None of them were disturbed. I mean, I like aircraft, that was my thing. I wanted to be a pilot, but that didn't happen. I wanted to fly the area.
And I know about aircraft. I know everything that we've got.
Michael knows his bird's cold. Wanted the Harrier jump jet. But walked in time. Harrier F-35B. Loud as hell. Jet wash rips foliage. Subsonic. Fighter jets. Sonic boom and contrails every time. Hypersonic X-51 Wave Rider. Mach 5 plus, but rocket boosted. No hover, still moves. NASA X-59 quiet supersonic with low thump at Mach 1.4 max moving tall. Yo-3 Quiet Star, silent recon prop plane, slow as molasses. Black Project VTOL concepts like Aurora fan and Blue. 450 knots cruise, still noisy fans, and no 5K hour silent dash. Nothing in 2009 inventory or even today checks every box. This was something else.
Another thing about him, from a little kid, that's all I wanted to do. But obviously, being infantry was the next best thing. So it wasn't something I've never seen before, something I know that we didn't have, at least conventional wise, on top of the military force that was there. So as that took off, we're also on order to face that slope that we came down. And it's high enough to obscure everything. You got to go down in the mountain. And so as we turn around, like, fuck, they're going to do it. I think they were just going to, fucking rip us right there.
Yeah. Or they're going to kill you.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, when you saw this thing take off, I mean, do you have any estimation of speed? Have you seen anything? I mean, was it faster than anything you've seen before? Was it a normal speed?
No, it was faster. It was the fastest thing I've ever seen. I would say probably 4,000 to 5,000 miles an hour. I mean, it was instantaneous.
Even visual tracking maxes out far below hypersonic speeds. At velocities above Mach 5, objects become nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. If this object moved at thousands of miles per hour instantly, it exceeds not just aviation limits, but biological perception limits. Meaning, what he saw wasn't just fast, it was beyond human tracking capability.
It was just like a left of blur.
Okay.
Like a jet screaming by going as fast as it possibly could, you can still make the shape of it and still lock your eyes onto it as it's going. There's no way in hell you can lock your eyes onto this thing as it's moving. That's how fast it was. And eyesight, something moving, your eyes are naturally going to pick up that motion. And this didn't do that. I mean, it was just left a very fast blur. And like I said, I've never seen anything like that.
G'day and welcome back to Reality Check. It's my great privilege and honour to welcome back to the show one of our favourites on Reality Check, Representative Tim Burchett from Tennessee. We love Tim Burchett down here in Australia, not least because of his illustrious family history fighting in the Pacific. I got to know Tim a couple of years ago, and his dad served in the Pacific campaign, in the Okinawa and Liu campaigns as a Marine, no less. So, Tim, thank you for your family's service, sir.
Thank you, brother. I was just born into it. I was just very fortunate to have a cool dad, and my mom actually flew an airplane in the Second World War. Her brother died fighting the Nazis, and she's this little country girl, 17, 18 years old, volunteered to do that. So both my parents distinguished services in our country. Technically, my mom's a veteran, but
I love the fact that I've known that about your mum. I was going to ask, she was flying aircraft for the Army Air Corps, is that right?
it was actually what was called the Civilian Air Corps at the time of what she was in. And, it was later in the war, so it wasn't extensive, but still, a little country girl didn't have electricity until she was a senior in high school flying an airplane. It's a pretty cool thing.
Well, Tim, I don't know where you get your good looks from, but she clearly had fantastic looks. She was a beautiful woman, and obviously you're blessed with some good genetics there, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you then to make the segue from your father being a Marine to the subject today. We're talking about unidentified submerged objects, USOs. You've been quite outspoken on the subject of USOs. Why is that? What prompted your interest?
Well, my conversations with pilots, and they seem to always be over water. And then a chance conversation I had with a former admiral, who I guess you're always an admiral if you want, about these 5 or 6 deep water areas. And it just seemed to make sense. That's where you're seeing a lot of the observations of the UFOs. And then when I'm told something big as a football field is moving at 200 miles an hour underwater, when I know the best we have is around 30, and I'm pretty sure there's no fish that big in the ocean, or well, it's a mammal. So, but it lends itself to a lot more questions than answers.
So I just wanted to go through the detail of that. So I understand you've spoken to people who are direct witnesses to claims that there are objects that have been detected underwater moving at hundreds of miles an hour. What more detail can you give me on these particular incidents?
Well, of course, it's done by sonar, and the fact that we have nothing in those capabilities. And if you shoot a bullet literally into a swimming pool, it's going to go just a few feet before it just stops. But you can shoot it in the air and go over a mile, and it just shows the amount of friction and the amount of power that would have to have. But also, it lends itself to why we keep seeing these things over water, and then things that dive into the water. And when you're talking miles deep, literally, it lends itself to the old saying about we know more about the surface of the moon than we do the surface of the ocean floor. And in my belief, that something that travel light years, I mean, to me, that's still almost an impossibility. But if something were to be here that had traveled centuries ago, millennia ago, and it had established itself one way or the other, to me, that makes a lot more sense. And of course, every time you come out with a new theory or new observation on the UFO or USOs, as this case is, it's always downplayed. But when you talk to people that have seen them, or seen them on radar or sonar, as the case may be, in the water, to me, it lends a lot of credibility to that subject.
So you've been told what exactly about these large objects moving underwater at high speed? What were you told specifically?
Well, just the mystery of it, and the rechecking and double checking of their facts, and in fact that they were, and they've been told to keep quiet, and the usual things that you hear. But still, you have to ask yourself, why are we being told to keep quiet? Why the secrecy? And it lends itself to Washington in itself. It's about power, it's about control, it's about secrecy. And therein lies some of the power and control over all of us. And I suspect all governments across the globe are the same way.
One of the things you've spoken about is the speculation of underwater bases, not human bases, but bases by non-human entities. What can you tell me about what you've been told?
Well, that the concentration would be such that that's where they would be, and that we have not been able to explore any of these areas just because of you saw the sub that went under a few, I don't know, maybe it was not even a year ago, that literally imploded just because of the incredible pressure. So there's a lot of questions of that. You figure something can travel at 200 miles an hour underwater, and it would have the capabilities to withstand that incredible pressure. So, Matt Gaetz, the guy was in Congress before, now he's gone on to his own career outside of politics in the media, which I guess he reports on politics. Can't really ever escape it. But it's he himself had several conversations dealing with that because he represented an area that had most of a lot of naval bases, a lot more military bases. In fact, that led to his curiosity over the same thing. But if you just look at the numbers of sightings out over the ocean, it just seems to lend itself to that. And if you wanted to be undisturbed, you wouldn't go in the middle of New York City or Knoxville, Tennessee. You could go, although there's some strange things I've seen here, So the most unexplored area and the vastness of our great oceans is kind of hard to comprehend at some point.
You speculated about 5 or 6 bases of non-human entities. Where did you get that number from?
From some Navy officials that have, in fact, broached that subject to me. I always remember the last thing this one fellow said, because if you've been in my office, when you come in one door, you can go out the other if you choose, and nobody ever does. They just go out the entrance. He chose to go out the other door so he could kind of get away from all the other. And the last thing he said was, he looked at me and said, "Tim, they're real." And I'll never forget that. And it led me to believe that he had more information. And of course, the walls have ears, as you know. And that's why a lot of people want to talk to me out on the street or come to my house here in Tennessee, to near to the farm, and talk to me about those things.
And to be very clear about this, Tim, what you're saying is that these objects underwater, these bases underwater, they are non-human. You're clear about that.
That would be my belief, yes, sir. Again, we don't have the capabilities of traveling there or doing anything else. But again, I can't tell you how many Navy folks I talked to. One of the first times I was on a TV show when I first got elected, talking about just UFOs. I refuse to call them whatever they UAPs. To me, that confuses people. But a friend of mine that I had served in the legislature with, who was in the Navy in the 50s, had seen me on a television show and had called me. He's retired, and had an incredible conversation about an encounter that he'd had. How this thing had out in the middle of the ocean had come upon him. And the interesting thing about it was the description he gave was very similar to what a description that an actual naval officer gave me and wanted me to know about. Just, it was just, he got me on the phone, and I called him back. He was surprised that I ever even called him back. But that's what I do a lot of. It's calling folks back, and the similarities were so. These people didn't know each other. This guy was in. He was a draftee. He was drafted. No, I'm sorry, he enlisted. And then, this naval officer who served, it was 30 years apart, but it described some very particular things about this craft that was and it was in deep water areas. And so, and since then, I've heard similar stories. And the color, the lack of noise, just everything was just so similar. And to me, that lends itself to a lot. And I suspect if somebody did some studies, I don't have the capabilities of doing that. Frankly, I don't need to believe it. But I bet the statistics would show that you would have a higher propensity over these deep water areas than you would anywhere else.
Are you able to share any of the details of the specifics of what he said he saw, or that he was?
Yeah, the color, grayish blue. And oddly enough, they were both the classic saucer size, saucer shape, and with the dome on top. But the size, the large. He said this thing was, remember he said, "Timbo, that thing was." He's kind of country like me, and he said, he's a very successful guy. He said that thing was, it was a city block if it was a foot long. And the officer described it, I think he said 200-300 feet, which is the size of a football field, obviously. And again, I guess I go back to the thought that if something came here, that the place they would go wouldn't be the water, and they could stay there and their base of operations. And I don't know if they live there or not, but I think the more we explore, the more these things become visible, and that's exactly what you're seeing now. The more we fly, the more we're under the water, the more we investigate, the more these things are becoming visible.
Tim, the thing that I find profoundly disturbing is whatever these objects are, they're clearly monitoring us, they're watching us. There's people I've spoken to who've described these objects taking a very close interest in the nuclear attack submarines of both Russia and the United States, aircraft carriers being completely disabled by some kind of electromagnetic interference. This is what we call in the military intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, ISR. Should we be concerned that there does appear to be this kind of monitoring going on?
I think we should, but the thing is that when you talk to some of the, they have these, we monitor our military and have civilians that work within these things, and there's a tone of arrogance, and I think an ignorance that's involved with those people, and because I won't tell you where, but I'll just say, I asked about one of those incidences where our nuclear facility was literally shut down, and almost the exact words by this little arrogant jerk was, I always remember he had a man bun, and he was sitting there with a couple of military guys, and they were obviously, everybody has gifts. I guess my gift is reading people, and I was reading these military guys, and they're just thinking, this guy's, he's a total jerk. I can't believe we're stuck here with this, but that was under previous administration. And I remember he said I asked him about the specific things, I asked him about some other specifics, but he said, we don't have any data points on that. Now, what the heck does that mean? I said, well, why don't you just go Google the thing? I said, everybody in the world knows about it, except for you. And he took offense to that, and then you can see the military guys were like, looking around, and I thought, yeah, we've hit a sore spot with this guy.
A huge frustration for me, and I know it is for you, Tim, is there are people that have come forward to me. I've directed some of them to Congress. I know some of them have given evidence in confidential hearings, in skiffs, in certain committees, including the Oversight Committee. And they've told of instances where, for example, there's been quite dramatic electromagnetic interference by objects from underwater with some of the most powerful weapons in our arsenal. We're talking here about aircraft carriers being disabled. Are you aware of reports like this?
I've heard of that. I've never been briefed on that, and I've heard of it from some pretty reliable sources. That, in fact, that's what happened at one of our nuclear facilities. That was just completely shut down. And they'd seen, there was some UFO activity that they thought was around it, and yeah, that would be a great concern. And there's actually groups that are studying that, the effects of that they think people have had. And there's some radioactive material, I think, it mimics that, the injury or the effects that it would cause on humans and others, and on some mechanical abilities, I guess I should say.
I had a conversation a few weeks ago with a young man who served on land, a guy called Joshua Shelton, talking about service that he gave at a place called Area 2, where nuclear weapons are stored very near to Area 51. And in the course of that conversation, he talked to me about shadow figures that were seen inside nuclear weapons storage areas, shadowy black mass figures that were witnessed by multiple witnesses. That conversation has prompted a number of calls that I've had and messages that I've had from people who've served as submariners in the submarine fleet, the nuclear submarine fleet for the American military. And they've described being deep underwater in American nuclear attack submarines, and there are these shadow figures seen in the nuclear weapons storage areas on board the submarine. Have you had any of these accounts reported to you?
I've heard some talk of that, but not in the submarine, but in other areas that from people that I've talked to. People talk to me about so many broad issues that I try to just focus on a few things. There's some others in my delegation that delve into those other so-called, some people think it's supernatural. I just think I don't think it's that. I think it's something else. I think there's an entity that's done these kind of things.
But what's certainly very real is I think you were recently commenting on the findings by an organisation known as Enigma Labs. They've reported on as much as 9,000 plus USO reports within 10 miles of the US shoreline. 389 reports in California, 306 in Florida, 150 plus trans-medium entries and exits without any discernible splashes. Clearly, something is operating in our oceans very close to the continental United States. And as you've speculated, it's perhaps using it for some kind of surveillance.
100%. That's the only reason they would be doing it. When the numbers go up and then they drop off, there's almost nothing. And then you have these clusters that occur. And that would lead you, obviously, to believe that something is observing us, or we're observing something, and we're observing them. But yeah, I guess it still just bothers me that our government won't come forward with it because, and the guys on the intelligence committee, I think and gals, I think you have a few in there that just want to dissuade us from finding out what the real truth is. And I won't call them plants, but I think they're being used by some folks. They give false information and then they kind of laugh at you and me. But over 55% of the population of the United States of America thinks that we're not alone. And I think it's about time we pull the covers off this thing.
Well, let's go to basics, Tim. Do you think we are being lied to by the government of the United States about the nature of these threats from the